Chapter 21 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 21. A Figure in the Shadow. An hour after sundown, I was seated with Omar and Kona on a mat in the courtyard of a house not far from the gates of the palace, where hospitality had been secretly offered us. We were discussing the situation. Our black followers, on leaving the presence of the irate queen, had gone out in small groups to wander through the wonderful city, having arranged to meet again at midnight. The man in whose house we had found shelter was named Goliba, a staunch friend of Omar's, although one of the royal councillors. As we sat together, this old man with long flowing white beard, keen aquiline features and black eyes that age had not dimmed, explained facts that amazed us. He told us that Kouaga, a favourite of the Naya, had been approached secretly by her as to the advisability of Omar's assassination. The old councillor had actually overheard this dastardly plot formed by the queen against her son, for she feared that owing to the harshness of her rule popular opinion might be diverted in his favour, and that she might be overthrown, and he set upon the Emerald Throne in her stead. The Naya had regretted sending Omar away for safety, so, giving Kouaga a large sum of money, she ordered him to proceed to England and assassinate the heir. He left, and apparently on his way conceived the idea that he might, with considerable advantage, play a double game. Samory, whose secret agent in Mo he was, intended, he knew, to lead a great expedition against the unapproachable country, its principal object being to secure the vast treasures known to be concealed within the city in the clouds. As Omar alone knew its secret hiding place, it occurred to Kouaga to convey him to the stronghold of the Mohammedan chief before assassinating him, and obtain from him the whereabouts of the great collection of gold and gems. The Naya had ordered that her son should be killed secretly in England, but this cowardly crime was averted by Kouaga's cupidity, and we had therefore been enticed to the Arab sheikh's headquarters. The object of both men being thwarted by Omar's refusal to divulge the secret, we had been sold into slavery and consigned as human sacrifices before King Prempeh. "We'll be even yet with that scoundrel and traitor Kouaga," Omar said, turning to me when Goliba had finished. "If the command be given, every man in Mo would go forth against Samory's accursed hordes," Goliba declared with emphasis, removing the mouthpiece of his long pipe from his lips. "But how dost thou intend now to act?" he asked Omar. "Remember thou art banished until the Naya's death. Let us hope that Zomara will not spare her long to tyrannize over our land, and to plot against thy life," he added in a half whisper. Omar started in surprise. This man, one of the principal advisers of his royal mother, was actually expressing a wish that she might die. It occurred to me, too, that if her advisers were antagonistic towards her, might not the poor, oppressed and afflicted people also be of the same mind? "Speak, O Goliba," Omar said. "Is the balance of popular feeling actually against the Naya?" "Entirely. Within the past few years the loyal spirit hath, on account of the revolting cruelties practised by thy royal mother, turned utterly against her. Before thy departure to the land beyond the Black Water, the loyal feeling was uppermost because of the efforts of Mulatto to obtain the crown. Now, however, that the power of his party is broken, and the Naya, feeling her position invulnerable, hath commenced, a reign of terror, disgust and despair are felt on every hand." "What must I do?" Omar asked. "Remain here," the sage replied. "Thou art banished from the royal presence, it is true, but heed not her words, and remain with thy followers in Mo. Guard vigilantly against the attempts of secret assassins that are certain to be made when the Naya is aware of thy defiance. But remember thou art heir to the Emerald Throne, and although some of the regiments may remain loyal unto their queen, the majority of our fighting men are thine to command." Omar knit his brows, and thought deeply for several moments. It was apparent that this suggestion to oppose the Naya by force of arms had never before entered his mind. "Is this really true?" he asked in a doubting tone. O master, let thy servant Goliba perish rather than his word be questioned. As counsellor of thy queen mother, have I not greater facilities for testing the popular feeling than any other man in Mo? I swear by Zomara's wrath that what I have uttered is truth. If thou remainest here, in hiding for a time it may be, thou shalt either be restored to the royal favour and thy friends recognized, or thou shalt assuredly occupy the royal stool. The people, living as they do in constant dread of the Naya's cruelties, would hail with satisfaction any change of rule that would ensure safety to their persons and property. Thou art their saviour. Take the advice of our friend Goliba, I urged. Let us remain and defy her. Yea, cried Kona, displaying his even white teeth. The Dagombas are here and likely to remain. They will fight and die to a man in thy cause. I, their head man, speak for them. Is it agreed? Omar asked, glancing at us. It is, we all three answered with one voice, Kona and Goliba fingering their amulets as they spoke. Then if it is thy will, I shall remain and defy the Naya, Omar answered, grasping the string of jujus around his neck, and muttering some words I could not catch. I, Omar, Prince of Mo, am thy leader in this struggle of my people against oppression and misrule. If they will declare in my favour, I will free them. I have spoken. Thou hast until noon tomorrow to quit this city, Goliba said. Hasten not thy decision, but what I will show thee secretly ere long will perhaps convince thee of the terrors of the Naya's reign. I have often counselled the Queen to aspire to the virtues of truth, wisdom, justice and moderation, the great ornaments of the Emerald Throne, but my endeavours have been frustrated and the fruit of my labour blasted. As the white bearded sage uttered these words, I noticed that from behind one of the great marble pillars of the colonnade that surrounded the courtyard of Goliba's fine house, a white robe flitted for an instant, disappearing in the fast falling gloom. At the moment, sitting as we were smoking and chatting in the open air, the presence of an intruder did not strike me as strange, and only half an hour later did I begin to fear that our decision had been listened to by an eavesdropper, possibly a spy in the service of the terrible Queen. When, after due reflection, I imparted my misgivings privately to Goliba, he, however, allayed my fears, smiling as he said, "Heed it not. It was but my slave Queux. I saw her also as she passed along." "Then thou dost not fear spies?" I said. "Not in this mine own house," he said proudly. "The dwelling house of a royal councillor is exempt from any espionage in the Naya's cause." This satisfied me, and the incident escaped my recollection entirely until long after, when I had bitter cause to remember it, as will be seen from later chapters of this record. Soon after Omar had promised to act as our leader in his country's cause, Goliba arose, and crossing the courtyard, now lit only by the bright stars twinkling in the dark blue vault above, disappeared through a door with a fine horseshoe arch in Moorish style. Left together, we sat cross-legged on the mat, a silent, thoughtful trio. Omar had decided to act on the sage's advice, and none of us knew what the result might be. That fierce fighting and terrible bloodshed must occur ere the struggle ended, we felt assured, but with our mere handful of Dagombas we were certainly no match for the trained hosts of the Naya. Presently we began to discuss the matter among ourselves. Kona, enthusiastic yet hardly sanguine, wondered whether the people were armed, and if not, where we could procure guns and ammunition. Omar, on the other hand, assured us that nearly every civilian possessed a gun, being bound by law to acquire one so that he might act his part in an immediate defence in case of invasion. He had no apprehensions regarding the materials for war. He only feared that Goliba might be mistaken in the estimate of his popularity. "If they will only stand by me they shall have freedom," he said decisively. "If they do not, death will come to all of us." "We are ready," Kona answered, his black face glistening in the ray of light shed by the single lamp lit by a slave on the opposite side of the court. "We will serve thy cause while we have breath." A few minutes later footsteps sounded on the paving, and from the darkness of the colonnade Goliba, accompanied by 6 other younger men, all tall, erect and stately, emerged from the shadow and approached us. Addressing Omar, the sage said: "All these men are known to thee, O Master. I need not repeat their names, but they have known thee since their birth, and are of a verity a power in our land. They have come hither to see thee." My friend, rising, gave them greeting, snapped fingers with them, and answered: "I forget no face. I remember each, and I know ye are men of might and justice. Each was ruler of a province." "All are still governors," interrupted the sage. "They have come hither to swear allegiance to thee." "It is even so, O Master," exclaimed one of the men, hitching his rich cloak of gold coloured silk more closely around his shoulders. "We have met and resolved to ask thee to defy the sentence of banishment that the Naya hath imposed upon thee." "Already have I decided so to do," Omar answered. "Have I the support of thy people, O Niaro?" "To a man," the Governor answered. "For the military we cannot, however, answer. They are ruled by unscrupulous place seekers, who may defend the Naya, expecting to reap rich rewards. But such will assuredly discover that their confidence was misplaced. If the Naya seriously threateneth thee and thy friends, then assuredly she shall be overthrown, and thou shalt ascend the stool in her stead." "I thank thee for these expressions of goodwill," my friend said after the remaining five had all spoken and assured us of staunch support. "I remain in Mo with my black companions, and when the time cometh I am ready to take a stand in the cause against tyranny and oppression." "May the fetish be good," Niaro said, and as if with one voice they all cried: "We will offer daily sacrifices for the success of our arms." Together we then went to a small apartment, well furnished in Arab style with mats, low lounges and tiny coffee tables, and during the 3 hours that followed the more minute details of this great conspiracy against the tyrannical Naya were discussed and arranged, Goliba acting as adviser upon various points. As I sat listening to the conversation I fully realized the seriousness of the great undertaking upon which we had embarked, and I confess my confidence in our success was by no means deep rooted, for it was apparent that in the revolt, if revolt became necessary, the military would act on the side of the Naya and suppress it with a firm, merciless hand. What apparently was most feared by our fellow conspirators was that in commanding the suppression of the rebellion the Naya would give orders for a general massacre of the people. To guard against this Niaro urged the secret assassination of the Naya immediately preceding the revolt, but Omar, rising with that regal air he now and then assumed, said: "Give heed, O my friends, unto my words. I, Omar, Prince of Mo, will never sanction the murder of my mother. A Sanom hath never been a murderer. If this step be decided, I shall withdraw from the leadership and depart." "But canst thou not see, O Prince, that a massacre would strike panic into the hearts of the people, and they would lay down their arms?" Niaro urged. "We must prevent all bloodshed that is unnecessary," my friend replied. "I am fully aware that in such a struggle as the coming one it must be life for life, but I will never be a party to my mother's murder. If the people of Mo desire the Naya's overthrow on account of her barbarous treatment of her subjects and the bribery and corruption of her officials, then I, to preserve the traditions of my ancestors, will lead them, and act my part in their liberation, but only on the understanding that not a hair of her head is injured." The men grouped around nodded acquiescence, but smiled. "When thou hast witnessed how the Naya ruleth her subjects, perhaps thou wilt not so readily defend her," one of the governors observed. "Our ruler is not so just nor so merciful as when thou wert last in Mo. Go, let Goliba take thee in secret among the people, and only when we next meet decide the point." "I will never allow the Naya to fall beneath the blade or poisoned cup of the assassin," Omar said decisively. "A Sanom departeth not from the word he hath uttered." After some further discussion this horrible detail of the conspiracy was dropped, and other matters arranged with a coolness that utterly astounded me. We were plotting to obtain a kingdom. Chapter 21. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 22 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 22 To the Unknown. When, with elaborate genuflections and vows of allegiance, the governors of the 6 principal provinces of the mystic kingdom had taken leave of Omar, we remained in consultation with the old sage for upwards of another hour. He told us many horrible stories of the Naya's fierce and unrelenting cruelty. It seemed as though during the later years of her reign she had been seized by an insane desire to cause just as much misery and suffering as her predecessors on the Emerald Throne had promoted prosperity and happiness. In every particular her temperament was exactly opposite to the first Naya, the good queen whose memory had, through 1,000 years, been revered as that of a goddess. Goliba explained how, during the past 3 years, the Great White Queen had suddenly become highly superstitious. This was not surprising, for as far as I could gather the people of Mo had no religion as we understand the term, but their minds were nevertheless filled with ideas relating to supernatural objects, by which they sought to explain the phenomena about them, of which the causes were not immediately obvious. He told us that the Naya, preying upon the superstitions of the people, had recently introduced into the country, entirely against the advice of himself and his fellow councillors, a number of customs, all of which were apparently devised to cause death. He told us that if a great man died, his friends never now remained content with the explanation that he died from natural causes. Their minds flew at once to witchcraft. Someone had cast an evil spell upon him, and it was the duty of the friends of the dead man to discover who it was that had had dealings with the powers of darkness. Suspicion fell upon a certain member of the tribe, generally a relative of the deceased, and that suspicion could only be verified by putting the accused to the test of some dreadful ordeal. A favourite ordeal, he said, was to make the suspected person drink a large quantity, 1.5 gallons or more, of a decoction of a bitter and slightly poisonous bark. If vomiting occurred, then a verdict of guilty was passed upon the unfortunate wretch, and no protestations or even direct proof of his innocence could save him from the tortures in store for him. The victim was condemned to death, and death was inflicted not swiftly and mercifully, but nearly always with some accompaniment of diabolical torture. One method was to hack the body of the wretched person to pieces with knives, the most odious mutilations being resorted to. Occasionally the unfortunate creature was tied to a stake while pepper was rubbed into his eyes, until the fearful irritation so produced caused blindness. Or again, the victim was tied hand and foot upon an ant-hill, and left to the agonies of being consumed slowly by the minute aggressors. The most satisfactory death, perhaps, was that when the condemned man was allowed to be his own executioner. He was made much of for an hour or so before the final scene, and was well fed and primed with palm wine. Under the excitement of this mild stimulant he mounted a tree, carrying in his hand a long rope formed of a kind of stringy vine of tough texture. One end of this rope he fastened to a bow, and the other he placed in a running knot over his neck. Then, quite pleased at being the centre of observation of the multitude, even on such a gruesome occasion, the criminal harangued his tribesmen in a great speech, finally declared the justice of his sentence, and leaped into space. Should the rope break, as occasionally happened, then the zeal of the executioner overcame the fear of death of the victim, for he mounted the tree nimbly once more, readjusted the knots, and did his best in the second attempt to avoid the risk of another fiasco. "And have such pagan customs actually been introduced during my absence in England?" asked Omar, astonished. "They have, alas, O Prince," answered the sage. "The people, taught from childhood to respect every word that falleth from the lips of our Great White Queen, adopted these revolting customs, together with certain other dreadful rites, believing that only by obeying her injunctions can they escape the wrath of the Crocodile god. As rapidly as fire spreadeth in the forest the customs were adopted in every part of the kingdom, until now the practices I have briefly enumerated are universal. But surely my mother could never have devised such horrible suffering out of sheer ill will towards our people." "Alas! she hath," answered the old man. "If thou believest not my words, take each of you one of the cloaks hanging yonder, wrap the Arab haicks around your heads and follow me. Make no sign that ye are strangers, and ye shall witness strange sights amazing." We all three arose, and quickly arraying ourselves in white cotton burnouses, wrapping the haicks around our heads in the manner of the Arabs, a fashion adopted by some in the city in the clouds, and pulling them across our faces so as to partially conceal our features, we went forth with our guide on the tiptoe of expectation. "What sight, I wonder, are we going to witness?" I whispered in English to Omar, as we walked together along one of the narrow streets in the deep shadow, so that we might not be detected. "I know not," my friend answered, with a heavy sigh. "If what Goliba says is true, and I fear it is, then our land is doomed. The power of the cruel Naya must be broken, and you must reign and bring back to Mo her departing prosperity and happiness," I said. "I'll do my best, Scarsmere," he answered. "You have been a true, fearless friend all along, and I feel that you will continue until the end." "Till the end!" I echoed. "The end will be peace, either in life or death. While I have breath I will fight to preserve the traditions of the Nabas and the Nayas, who, while ruling their country, gave such satisfaction to the people that never once has there been a rebellion nor scarcely a voice raised in dissent. It has always been the policy of the Sanoms to give audience to any disconcerted person, listen to their grievances, and endeavour to redress them. The reign of the Naya is, according to all we hear, one of terror and oppression. The poor are ground down to swell the wealth of the rich, and no man's life is safe from one moment to another. It shall be changed, and I, Omar, will fulfil the duty expected of me." "Well spoken, old fellow," I answered enthusiastically. "Remember Goliba's warning regarding the attempts that may be made to assassinate you, and always carry your revolver loaded. When the Naya hears that you have defied her, she will be as merciless as she was to poor old Babila." "Ah, Babila!" Omar sighed. "He was one of the best and most trusted servants Mo ever had. Having been one of my dead father's personal attendants, he was faithful to our family, and altogether the last man whose head should have fallen in disgrace under Gankoma's sword. If the punishment she inflicted upon him was so severe for such a paltry offence, that which she will seek to bring upon you will be equally terrible," I observed. "Therefore act always with caution, and take heed never to be entrapped by her paid assassins." "Don't fear, Scarsmere," he laughed. "I'm safe enough, and I do not anticipate that anybody will try and take my life. If they do, they'll find I can shoot straighter than they imagined." "But they might shoot first," I suggested with a smile. "I don't intend to give them a chance," he replied. "We must not fear defeat, but anticipate success. I have made offering to the fetish, and although the struggle must be fierce and unrelenting, I am determined to strike a blow for my country's freedom." At this juncture Goliba joined us, and urging me not to speak in English lest the strange language might be overheard, we walked together for about three-quarters of an hour through thoroughfares so wide and well built that they would have been termed magnificent if constructed in any European city. Then we crossed a large square where a great fountain shooting up 100 feet fell into its bowl, green with water plants and white with flowers, and afterwards traversed a maze of narrower streets, now silent and deserted, where dwelt the workmen. Suddenly Goliba halted before an arched door, and directing us to imitate him, knelt and touched the doorstep with his forehead, then passed in. We followed into a place that was strange to even Omar himself, who was scarce able to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. It was a small chamber, lit by a single flickering oil lamp of similar shape to those so often found amid the traces of the Roman occupation of England, while around were stone benches built into the wall. Walking to the opposite side of the narrow, prison-like place, we saw before us an arch with an impenetrable blackness beyond. Before this arch stood a kind of frame made of iron, resting on either side upon steel ropes raised slightly from the ground. Following Goliba's example, we got upon it, crouching in a kneeling position in the same manner as himself. "Thou wilt find handles wherewith to steady thyself," he cried to me. "Have a care that thou art not thrown off." I groped with my companions, and we found the handles of which he had spoken. Then, when all was ready, the grave faced sage raised some lever or another, and we shot away, down, down, down into space with such fearful velocity that the wind whistled about our ears, our white robes fluttered, and our breath seemed taken away. The sensation was awful. In utter darkness we were whirled along we knew not whither, until suddenly the car whereon we travelled gave an unexpected lurch as a corner was turned, nearly precipitating all of us into the darkness beneath, and then continued its downward course with increased speed, until sparks flew from beneath us like flecks of fire from a blacksmith's forge, and in our breasts was a tightness that became more painful every moment. It seemed as though we were descending to some deep airless region, for I could not breathe. The atmosphere felt damp and warm, and the velocity with which we travelled was becoming greater the deeper into the heart of the earth we went. "What is this place?" I heard Omar ask. "I know it not." "Be patient, O Prince, and thou shalt witness that which must astound thee," old Goliba shouted, his squeaky voice being just audible above the loud hissing as our car flew along the twisted strands of steel. Suddenly, above the hiss of our rapid progress, there could be heard strange noises, as if 100 war drums were being beaten, and at the same instant our curious conveyance gave another sudden lurch in rounding a corner. At that moment Goliba, in turning to speak with Omar, had unfortunately loosened his hold on one of the handles, and the sudden jolt at such a high speed was so violent that our faithful guide and friend was shot off backwards, and ere Omar could clutch him he had disappeared, with a shriek of despair, into the cavernous darkness. A thrill of horror ran through us when we realized this terrible mishap. Yet nothing could arrest our swift headlong descent, and feeling convinced that Goliba, our host and adviser, had met with a terrible death, we sat staring, motionless, wondering whither we were bound, and how, now that we had lost our guide, we should be able to reach the surface again. At the moment Goliba had been flung off, we remembered that the iron frame had jolted and grated, and there seemed no room for doubt that the generous sage had been mangled into a shapeless mass. The thought was horrible. At last, however, we felt the air becoming fresher, and the strange contraction in our breasts was gradually relieved as our pace became less rapid and distant lights showed before us. Then suddenly we emerged from the curious shaft, down which we had travelled to such enormous depth, gliding slowly out into a place of immeasurable extent, where a most extraordinary and amazing scene met our gaze. Truly, poor Goliba had spoken the truth when he had promised that what we should witness would astound us. Chapter 22. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 23 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 23. Under the Vampire's Wing. When our dazzled gaze grew accustomed to the garish blaze of lights, we found ourselves standing in an enormous cavern. Around us were glowing fires and shining torches innumerable. The smoke from them half choked us, while above there seemed an immensity of darkness, for the roof of the natural chamber was so high that it could not be discerned. Upon one object, weird and horrible, our startled gaze became riveted. Straight before us, at some little distance, there rose a great black rock to a height of, as far as I could judge, 1,000 feet. Nearly half way up was a great wide ledge or platform larger than any of the market places in the City of the Clouds, and upon this there had been fashioned from the solid rock a colossal representation of the vampire bat, the device borne upon the banners of Mo. Its enormous wings, each fully 500 feet from the body to the tip, outstretched on either side and supported by gigantic pillars of rock carved to represent various grotesque and hidden figures of men and animals, formed great temples on either side of the body. The latter, however, attracted our attention more than did the wonderful wings, For as we stood aghast and amazed, we discerned that the vast body of the colossus did not represent that of a bat, but the gigantic jaws were those of a crocodile. "Zomara!" gasped Omar. "See! It is the great god with the wings of a bat and the tail of a lion." I looked and saw that far behind rose the tufted tail of the king of the forest. From the two great eyes of the gigantic reptile shone dazzling streams of white light, like the rays of a mariner's beacon, and everywhere twinkling yellow lights were moving about the face of the great rock, across the platform whereon the colossal figure rested, even to the distant summit. Suddenly, as we stood gazing open mouthed in wonder, the roar of 100 war drums beaten somewhere in the vicinity of the enormous representation of the terrible deity of Mo rolled and echoed to the innermost recesses of the subterranean vault, and just as they had ceased we distinctly saw the great jaws of the crocodile slowly open. From them belched forth great tongues of flame and thick stifling smoke that, beaten down by a draught from above, curled its poisonous fumes around us, causing us to cough violently. For fully a moment the great mouth remained open, when to our horror we saw a small knot of human figures approaching it. One loud piercing shriek reached us, and at that instant we saw the figure of a man or woman, we were not close enough to discern which, flung by the others headlong into the open flaming mouth. Again the drums rolled, and the next second the jaws of Zomara closed with a loud crash that sent a shudder through us. "The sacrifice!" gasped Omar. "This, then, is one of the horrible customs that Goliba told us had been introduced by my mother, the Great White Queen." "Horrible!" I exclaimed. "That fearful cry will haunt me to my dying day." "Let us return," said Kona. "We have witnessed enough, O Master." "No," Omar answered. "Rather let us see for ourselves the true extent of these terrible rites. Goliba, though, alas! he is lost for ever, intended that we should." "Very well," I said. "Lead us and we will follow." At that moment footsteps, pattering as those of children, reached our ears, and there ran past us half a dozen hideous half clad dwarfs. They were tiny, impish looking creatures about 3 feet 6 high, with darker skins than the inhabitants of this mystic land, but their faces were whitewashed in manner similar to those of the royal executioners of Ashanti, and wore their crisp black hair drawn to a knot on top similar to the fashion affected by some savage tribes. As they rushed past us their little black eyes, piercing and bead-like, regarded us curiously, and with, we thought, a rather menacing glance. Nevertheless they continued their way, and watching, we noticed the spot where they commenced the toilsome ascent to the platform, whereon stood the colossus. "Such a work as that must have taken years to accomplish," I observed to Omar. "With the Sanoms of Mo everything is possible," he answered. "The ruler of our country is a monarch whose will is so absolute that he or she can compel everyone, from prince to slave, to participate in any work. Thus the Naya may have caused every male inhabitant of Mo to help in its construction." When, however, following the dwarfs we had hurried forward to the steps cut in the black rock, I bent to examine them. They were polished by the wear of ages of feet and hands passing over them, and when I pointed out this fact to Omar, he agreed with me that this place must have been in existence centuries ago, and had probably been rediscovered within the last 2 or 3 years. The dwarfs, in ascending, put their toes into holes and niches in the rocks, and kept talking all the while. Every now and then they would stop, sway their heads about, and sing a kind of low chant in not unmusical tones. As we crept up slowly behind, with difficulty finding the rude steps in the uncertain light, the last of the string of dwarfs kept turning to us, bowing and crooning. I confess I began to be anxious, fearing that we might be going into a trap, but I noticed that my 2 companions were calm as iron bars. This gave me renewed courage, and we toiled up until at last we reached the great platform and stood beneath the left-hand wing of the gigantic vampire of solid rock. The pillars that had been left in the excavations to support it were, like the steps, worn smooth where crowds of human beings had jostled against them. The manner in which they were sculptured was very remarkable, the faces of all, both men, beasts, birds and fish, bearing hideous, uncanny expressions, the fearful grimaces of those suffering the most excruciating bodily tortures. It was here apparent, as everywhere, that the gigantic figure had not been recently fashioned, but had for many centuries past been visited by vast crowds of worshippers. Beneath the outstretched wing under which we stood, a large number of people had assembled. Great blazing braziers here and there illuminated the weird place with a red, uncertain glare, which, falling on the faces of the crowd of devotees, showed that they had worked themselves into a frenzy of religious fervour. Some were crying aloud to the Crocodile god, some were prostrate on their faces with their lips to the stones worn smooth by the tramp of many feet, while many were going through all sorts of ceremonies and antics. At the end, where the colossal wing joined the body wherein burned the great fiery furnace, there stood 12 dwarfs in flowing garments of pure white. These were high priests of Zomara. The fierce pygmies, unknown even to Omar their prince, seemed a sacred tribe who perhaps had lived here forgotten and undiscovered for generations. In any case, it was apparent that they never ascended to the land above, but devoted themselves entirely to the curious rites and ceremonies of this strange pagan religion. In the centre of the semicircle of tiny bead-eyed priests with whitened faces stood one of great age with flowing white beard that nearly swept the ground. His figure was exceedingly grotesque, yet he bore himself with hauteur, and as he stood before a kind of altar erected in front of a door that seemed to lead into the body of the gigantic crocodile, he gave vent in a loud clear voice to the most earnest exhortations. Then, bathing his face and hands in a golden bowl held by the other priest, in order, so I afterwards learnt, to wash away the bad impressions of the world, he thus began an instructive lesson. "Give ear, ye tender branches, unto the words of your parent stock. Bend to the lessons of instruction, and imbibe the maxims of age and experience. As the ant creepeth not to its labour till led by its elders, as the young lark soareth not to the sun, but under the shadow of its mother's wing, so neither doth the child of mortality spring forth to action, unless the parent hand points out its destined labour. But no labour shall the hand of man appoint unto the people of Mo, before the worship of Zomara, the sacred god of the crocodiles, and of the great Naya, his handmaiden. Mean are the pursuits of the sons of the earth, they stretch out their sinews like the patient mule, they persevere in their chase after trifles, as the camel in the desert beyond the 1,000 steps. As the leopard springeth upon his prey, so doth man rejoice over his riches, and bask in the sun of slothfulness like the lion's cub. On the stream of life float the bodies of the careless and the intemperate as the carcasses of the dead on the waves of the lake of sacrifices. As the birds of prey destroy the carcass, so is man devoured by sin. No man is master over himself, but the Naya is his ruler, and to endeavour to defeat the purpose of Zomara is madness and folly. O people, pay your vows to the king of the crocodiles alone, and not to your fetishes, which, though they be superior in your sight, are yet the work of his hands. Let virtue be the basis of knowledge, and let knowledge be as a slave before her." The worshippers at the shrine of the dread god, raising their right hands, then repeated after the high priest some mystic words, that, although having no meaning for me, struck terror into Omar's heart. "Hearken," he whispered to me in an awed voice. "Hearken. Our conspiracy against the Naya is already known. They are swearing allegiance to her, and vowing vengeance against any who thwart her will. If we are detected here as strangers it will mean certain death." I glanced around the strange weird place, and could not suppress a feeling of despair that we should ever leave it again alive. The faces of the worshippers, men and women, illuminated by flaming flambeaux and burning braziers, were all fierce and determined looking, showing that the worship of the crocodile god was conducted in no faint spirit. Before this gigantic representation of the national deity they became seized with a religious mania that transformed them into veritable demons. "Lo!" cried the silver bearded priest. "Think, O people, of all our great white queen hath done for you. She hath brought down the moon's rays from the realms of night to lighten our darkness. She hath marked the courses of the stars with her wand, and reduced eccentric orbs to the obedience of a system.
She hath caught the swift flying light, and divided its rays. She hath marshalled the emanations of the sun under their different hued banners, given symmetry and order to the glare of the day, explained the dark eternal laws of the forest god, and showed herself always acquainted with the dictates of Zomara. His hearers, swaying their bodies, and performing all sorts of eccentric antics, cried aloud in confirmation of the benefits bestowed upon Mo by its queen. The secrets, too, of chemistry have been laid open by her, continued the diminutive priest. Inert matter is engaged in warlike commotion, and she hath brought fire down from the heavens to entertain her. She hath placed our land in such a state of defence that no invader can approach it. She hath brought from over the great black water the amazing pom-poms of the English, which shed 1,000 bullets at one charge. And she hath caused cannon to be cast to project explosive shells beyond the reach of the eye. She hath taught you at once the beauty of nature and the folly of man. Truly she is a great queen. Therefore let not her son Omar, who hath returned from over the great sea, wrest from her hand the regal sceptre. Already hath our queen perceived the haughtiness and the vicious principles of her son, and maketh no doubt but that he will soon aspire to her throne. This causeth the prudent mistress of Mo to resolve to banish him and take all power from him. Let him be ejected from our country, and the queen's word be obeyed, for no beam of mercy lurketh in her eye. The Naya is determined." "The great Naya shall be obeyed," they cried aloud. "Omar, the malicious prince, curbed by the authority of his mother, shall be banished, or his life shall, like those of his followers we hold here as prisoners, pay the forfeit of presumption," added the high priest. And as he uttered the words, those surrounding went to the door behind the fire altar, and opening it, led forth 3 of our Dagombas amid the savage howls of the excited spectators. "O race of mortals!" cried the priest, raising his hand the while. "O race of mortals, to whose care and protection the offspring of clay are committed, say what hath been the success of your labours? What vices have you punished? What virtues rewarded? What false lights have you extinguished? What sacrifices have you made to the god of the crocodiles? Helpless race of mortals, Zomara is your god, and the Naya your queen. But for their protection how vain would be your toils, how endless your researches. Arm ye, then, and rally round the one to whom you owe all, whose power is such that this our country can never be assaulted by the tricks of fortune or the power of man. Omar and his black swarm of intruders must be driven out or given as sacrifice to Zomara. Till this be done, the curse of the god ye fear shall rest upon our land, and his presence shall nightly remind ye of your idleness. Will ye let the defiant prince overthrow your queen?" "He shall never do so," they shouted in a tumult of enthusiasm, which, ere it died away, increased tenfold, when suddenly before us we saw a female figure in a loose yellow robe move with stately mien towards the smoking altar, and kneel for an instant before it. Then rising, she turned towards the people with her long, bare, scraggy arms uplifted in silence. In the red, flickering light we recognized the evil bony features. It was the dreaded Naya herself. "The vengeance of Zomara upon mine enemies!" she cried in harsh metallic tones. "I will treat each and every one who dareth to oppose me in the way I will now punish these 3 savages, who have entered our region forbidden. Watch, and let it be a warning to those who may be tempted by bribes to entertain disloyal thoughts." With stately stride she led the way along a dark colonnade from beneath the wing of the colossal vampire to the enormous closed mouth of the hideous crocodile, being followed by the high priest and his attendants, who dragged along the 3 of our unfortunate companions. At once a headlong rush was made by the frenzied spectators to obtain a view of what was to transpire, and we followed leisurely at a respectable distance, remaining in the shadow of one of the grotesquely carved columns of rock. When all had taken up their places, we could see the expressions of abject fear upon the glistening faces of the wretched blacks, and longed to rush forth and rescue them, but with knowledge that instant death would result from such foolhardiness we remained breathlessly silent, compelled to watch. Again the high priest, with outstretched hands over the people, cried Give heed unto me! Were Zomara, the god whom we worship, to be worshipped in perfectness, the whole length of our lives would not suffice to lie prostrate before him. But the merciful avenger of wrong expecteth not more from us than we are able to pay him. True it is that we should begin early, and late take rest, and daily and hourly offer up our praises and petitions to the throne of his handmaiden's grace. But better is a late repentance than none, and the 11th hour of the day for work than perpetual idleness unto the end of our time. And this is not to be obtained for us but through our mighty Naya, the daughter of Zomara, the swallower up of evil. Himself facing the hideous, gigantic head, with its long jaws and gleaming eyes, he flung himself suddenly upon his knees and commenced a gabbled prayer. All prostrated themselves in adoration, even to the great Naya herself, whose magnificent jewels flashed and gleamed with wondrous brilliancy each time she moved. In order not to appear strange to this extraordinary proceeding, we, too, cast ourselves upon our knees and remained with heads bent in devotional attitude, but allowing no detail of the weird scene to escape us. Suddenly the priest arose, and with a firebrand ignited at the brazier near his hand, he stood before the wonderful figure of Zomara and made a mystic sign. Instantly the ponderous jaws with their double row of iron teeth, each as long and as sharp as swords, slowly opened, and there issued forth a great roaring mass of flame that licked the upper jaw, a veritable tongue of fire. The Naya rose, swaying her long arms wildly, but the people remained still kneeling, silent in awe. Her voice was heard for a moment above the roaring and crackling of the furnace in the throat of the colossus, and then, at a sudden signal from the high priest, our three wretched black companions were seized by the group of dwarfs, carried up a short flight of steps by white-robed attendants, and hurled headlong into the flaming mouth of the monster. A loud scream broke upon our ears, and for a single instant the flames belched forth with increased fury, but as the last victim of this horrible rite was consigned to his terrible doom, as sacrifice to the dreaded god, the cruel jaws closed again with a heavy clang. The merciless barbarity of the Great White Queen horrified us. The fearful fate of those who had shared our perils during our adventurous journey to this spectral land of mystery held us dumb in terror and dismay. Yet ere the giant jaws of the hideous monstrosity had snapped together, the people, hilarious and excited, sprang to their feet exhorting their great deity to send his fiercest vengeance upon us, the intruders, that our sinews might be withered and that we might rot by the roadside like cattle smitten by the pest. Then the terrible Naya, wheeling round slowly, gave her people her blessing, and they in turn shouted themselves hoarse in frantic adulation. Truly the scene was the strangest and most weird that my eyes had ever gazed upon. End of chapter 23. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 24 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 24 The Flaming Mouth. We stood rooted to the spot. The hidden colossus, the intensely white light streaming from its gigantic eyes, seemed to tower above us to an enormous height, its outstretched wings threatening to enclose the great swaying crowd of fanatical worshippers. With monotonous regularity the long jaws, worked by hidden levers, fell apart, disclosing the terrible pointed teeth against the roaring backdrop of smoke and flame, and so frenzied had the people now become that each time the mouth of the monster idol opened, numbers of wild-haired men and women rushed up the incline that led to the blazing furnace, and with loud cries of adoration of their deity, lifted their arms above their heads and cast themselves into the flames. Some fell clear of the double row of pointed teeth into the furnace, while others not leaping sufficiently far were impaled upon the great spikes of steel, and in full view of their companions writhed in frightful agonies as slowly they were consumed by the tongue of fire lapping about them. The scene was awful,
Yet the Naya, surrounded by priestly dwarfs, stood regarding it with satisfaction. Such voluntary sacrifices to Zomara were, to them, gratifying in the highest degree. Suddenly the light in the eyes of the giant figure changed from white to a deep blood red, illuminating the strange place with a ruddy glow that increased its weirdness, and was a signal for a large number of sacrifices. Indeed, the worshippers now lost their self-control absolutely, and when the horrible mouth, dripping with blood, again unclosed, there was such a press of those anxious to immolate themselves that many could not struggle forward to cast their bodies into the flames before the teeth again snapped together. It was horrible. Nauseated by the sickening sight of men impaled and absolutely crushed to a pulp by the ascending jaw which must have weighed many tons, and the sharp teeth of which cut the unfortunate wretch to pieces, we turned away. We had emerged from the shadow that had concealed us, and stood in the full white light shed by one of the monster's eyes, hesitating how to seek some means of escape, when two of the dwarfs, suddenly turning a corner, came full upon me. In an instant I remembered that on account of the suffocating atmosphere I had unwrapped my hake from about my mouth, thus allowing my features to remain uncovered. But ere this thought flashed across my mind, the uncanny looking imps had detected my features as those of a stranger. For a second they paused, starting and glancing keenly at me. Then they turned and gazed earnestly at my companions. There was, I knew, no mistaking Kona's sable yet good-humoured face. "Lo!" they cried, shouting to the group of their priestly tribe standing rigid and silent among the bejewelled Naya. "See, there are strangers present. One is a black savage like those thou hast given unto Zomara, and the other white like the people dwelling beyond the great black water." Their announcement produced an effect almost electrical. In an instant a silence fell, and at the same moment the voice of the Naya was heard commanding: "If they are strangers who have dared to descend to this our temple of Zomara, bring them forth, and let them be given unto the great god whose maw still remaineth unsatisfied. Hasten, ye priests, do my bidding quickly. Let them not escape, or the curse of the king of the crocodiles be upon you." The two dwarfs sprang forward to seize us, while the group of priests, fleet of foot, accompanied by the great mob of worshippers, sped in our direction. The people, having worked themselves up to such a pitch of excitement, were eager to assist in the immolation of any intruders. They were bent upon obeying the law of their queen. But in an instant Kona felled both the dwarfs with two well directed blows with his huge black fist, and without hesitation we all three turned and fled in the direction we had come. My companions had apparently forgotten where the steps descended, but fortunately I had fixed the spot in case any untoward incident occurred. They were over against a great pillar of rock, rudely fashioned to represent a woman with an eagle's head. "This way," I shouted. "Follow me," and with a bound sped in its direction as fast as my legs could carry me. We had nearly gained the spot when, to my dismay, I saw a dozen of the worshippers, divining our intention, approaching from the opposite direction in order to cut off our retreat. It was an exciting moment. Behind was a mad, fanatical mob of 500 men and women, led by the dwarfs shrieking vengeance against us. Before us were a dozen determined men, ready to seize us and convey us to a horrible death in the throat of the gigantic representation of their sacred reptile. Even if we safely descended the steps, we knew not the secret means by which we might reach the earth's surface, nor did either of us remember the exact point where the long dark tunnel joined the wonderful cavern. None, however, knew that Omar himself was one of my fellow fugitives, for the dwarfs, being consigned to a subterranean life perpetually, had never set eyes upon him, and therefore he had been unrecognised. Another moment and I knew he must be detected by some of the devotees. If so, the hostile feeling against us would be intensified, and we should probably be torn limb from limb. I had retained the lead in this race for life, and seeing retreat cut off by the group of men gaining the top of the steps before us, I turned quickly, and, although fearing the worst, made a long detour. Determined to sell my life dearly, I drew my long knife from its velvet sheath, and gripped it ready to strike a deadly blow in self-defence. Luckily I armed myself in time, for almost next moment a man of huge stature sprang forward from behind one of the columns of rock where he had been secreted, and threw himself upon me, clutching me by the throat. Scarce had his sinewy fingers gripped me when, by dint of frantic effort, I freed my right arm, and with a movement quick as lightning flash I buried my knife full in his breast. One short despairing cry escaped him, and as he staggered back I dashed forward again, without turning to look at the result of the swift blow I had delivered. But I was desperate, and being compelled to defend my life, I do not doubt that my blow was unerring, and that my blade penetrated his heart. Hindered thus in my flight, my two companions had reached the edge of the precipice ahead of me, and were skirting it, when suddenly I saw a body of our pursuers approaching, and cried to them in warning. In dismay I noticed they took no heed of my words, but continued their swift flight right in the direction of those who sought our destruction. "Take care, Omar!" I shouted in English. "Can't you see those devils in front?" But he answered not, and I was about to halt and give up all thought of escape, when I saw them both suddenly throw themselves on their knees on the edge of the abyss, and almost instantly disappear over the precipice. They had found another flight of steps. Eagerly I sprang forward, and in a few seconds found myself descending the rough face of the rock, scrambling desperately down into the yawning chasm, with a wild horde of excited fanatics shrieking and yelling above. Half a dozen of the more adventurous swung themselves over and commenced to follow us, but those above, determined that we should not escape, fetched huge stones and lumps of rock, which they hurled upon us. But their excess of zeal only wrought destruction upon their companions, who, being above us, received blows from the great rocks, which sent them flying one after another to the base of the rock, killed or stunned ere they reached it. Twice we had narrow escapes on account of the unconscious bodies of our pursuers, or their companions' missiles falling against us, but while all those who had followed us save one fell victims to the merciless frenzy of their companions, we were fortunate enough to be enabled to descend to the base of the rock, where once again the impenetrable darkness hid, although at the same time it hampered our movements. For a few moments at least we were safe, and paused to recover breath. My arm was bleeding profusely where it had been severely grazed by a sharp edge of rock in our headlong flight, and the white garments of all three of us were soiled and torn. But our halt was not of long duration, for suddenly we heard whispers and the sound of stealthy footsteps in the darkness. We listened breathlessly. "Hark!" cried Omar. "Our pursuers are here also, and are looking for us." "Let us hide beyond yonder rock," Kona suggested, in a half whisper. "No, they let us creep forward," answered the son of the Great White Queen. "They will search every crevice and hiding place now the hue and cry has been raised." And glancing up, I saw a black stream of excited worshippers, many with torches that in the distance shone like moving stars, already pouring down over the rock in our direction like a line of ants descending a wall. Every moment brought them nearer upon us, every instant increased our peril. Even though we were in the great chasm, the true extent of which we could not distinguish, we knew not by what means we could escape upward to the blessed light of day. Forward we crept cautiously, in obedience to Omar's instructions, but ere a couple of minutes had elapsed, it was evident that the watchful ones who had heard the shouting from above, and noticed the pursuit, had discovered our whereabouts, for just as we had noiselessly passed a huge boulder, a man in white robe and turban sprang upon us from behind. "Look out, Kona!" cried Omar, his quick eyes discerning the man's cloak in the darkness ere I noticed his presence. Next second, however, the head man of the Dagombas and the stranger were locked in deadly embrace, notwithstanding that the man who had approached had cried aloud to us for mercy. Kona with drawn sword had gripped the man's throat with his long black fingers, when suddenly we heard a gasping cry. "Stay thine hand! Dost thou not recognize thy benefactor?" "Hold!" shouted Omar, the words causing him to turn and run back to where the pair were struggling. "Knowest thou not the voice? Why, it is Goliba!" And it was Goliba. Instantly the black giant released the man who he believed intended to arrest our progress, and with a word of apology we all four sped forward. How our aged host had escaped after being thrown from the frame in which we had made the descent from the city, we knew not until later, when he explained that on recovering consciousness, and finding himself on his back in the tunnel with a slight injury to his shoulder, he had scrambled down the perilous descent, fearing each moment that he might slip in the impenetrable darkness and be dashed to pieces ere he gained the bottom. Intensely anxious as to our fate, he had at last descended into safety, but on emerging from the tunnel found proceeding above all the commotion the discovery of our presence had caused. He watched our descent into the chasm, and stood below awaiting us, but we had rushed past ere he could make himself known, and he had therefore dashed across to a corner and thus come up with us. But our meeting, too hurried and full of peril to admit of explanation at that moment, was at any rate gratifying, for we all three had believed him dead. Our pursuers were now behind us in full cry. A number of them had gained the base of the rock, and yelling furiously were fast gaining upon us. "Come, let us hasten," cried the old sage, speeding along with a fleetness of foot equal to our own, skirting the base of the great rock for a short distance, until we came to a portion that jutted out over the uneven ground. Then, suddenly turning aside, we crossed a great open space where mud and water splashed beneath our feet at every step. The further we went, the deeper sank our feet into the quagmire, until our progress was so far arrested that we could not run, but only wade slowly through the chill black slime. Even across here our progress was traced, for the lights in the eyes of the giant god were turned upon us, and our path lit by a stream of white light which guided the footsteps of those who sought our death. At last, when we had crossed the boggy patch, the ground became quite dry again, but after running some distance further, which showed me that the natural chamber must have been of huge proportions, Goliba shouted to us to halt and remain there. We obeyed him, puzzled and wondering, but we saw him dashing hither and thither as if in search of something. At first it was apparent that he could not discover what he sought, but in a few minutes, when our pursuers had crossed the quagmire and were quite close upon us, he shouted to us to come forward. Together we obeyed instantly, speeding as fast as our legs could carry us, to where Goliba was standing before a small fissure in the side of the cavern on a level with the ground, and so narrow that it did not appear as if Kona would be able to squeeze his big body through. "Follow me," the old sage said in a low tone, as, throwing himself down before the mysterious hole, he crept forward, being compelled to lie almost flat on his stomach, so small was the fissure. His example we all quietly followed, finding ourselves groping forward in the darkness, but discovering to our satisfaction that the further we proceeded the wider the crack in the rock became, so that before long we were enabled to walk upright, although we deemed it best to hold our hands above our heads lest we should strike them against projecting stones. Without light, and in air that was decidedly close and oppressive, we proceeded. At last we were safe from the howling mob, for since leaving the great cavern all was silence, and it was now evident from the confident manner in which Goliba went forward that he was assured of the way. Soon we negotiated a steep ascent, now and then so difficult that we were compelled to clamber up on all fours, and for a long time this continued, until our hands and feet were sore with scrambling upward. A spring shed its icy drippings upon us for some little distance, soaking us to the skin and rendering us chilly and uncomfortable, but at length we reached what seemed to be a ponderous door that barred our passage. Goliba groped about for a few minutes without speaking, when quickly it opened to his touch, and we found ourselves in a long stone passage lit here and there by evil-smelling oil lamps that flickered in the rush of air from the great fissure through which we had ascended. "This is amazing!" cried Omar, dumbfounded, as the old sage struggled to close the heavy iron door behind us. "Why, we are in the vaults beneath the palace." "True, O Master," Goliba answered, breathless after his exertions. "There is but one entrance and one exit to this labyrinth of vaults and foul chambers wherein the Naya confineth her prisoners. The entrance is, as thou knowest, immediately beneath the Emerald Throne. The exit is this door, which can only be opened by those possessed of the secret. 30 years ago, when keeper of the prison, this door puzzled me considerably, for all attempts to open it on the part of the men I employed failed. It is of such construction and mechanism that nothing short of explosives could make it yield, and these I feared to use. But years afterwards a jailer who had obtained the secret from his father, also a jailer, but who was dead, imparted it to me on his deathbed in return for some good will I had shown him. I believe, therefore, that I am the only person who has knowledge of the means by which to open it." "The knowledge hath in any case saved our lives, Goliba," Omar answered. "But the great cavern and all those horrible rites introduced into the worship of Zomara, are not they new?" "No," replied the sage. "They are as old as the foundation of the kingdom of Mo. Strangely enough, however, the great cave with its colossus and its race of sacred dwarfs who live away in a small dark forest that can only be gained from the opposite side of the cave, were for centuries forgotten. The way to the temple of Zomara was unknown, and the dwarfs remained in undisputed possession of the place until 3 years ago. One more adventurous than the rest succeeded in ascending to Mo, where his capture resulted in the cavern with its great wonderful image being rediscovered. Since that time the place has never been devoid of votaries, and the great fire has constantly been fed by those anxious to immolate themselves to appease the Crocodile god." "Ah, he is a great god," Omar observed earnestly. "Yea, O Master, he is indeed all powerful," answered the aged councillor. "He giveth us life, preserveth us from death, and shieldeth us from evil." And as they uttered these words, both fingered their amulets piously. Chapter 24. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 25. The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 25. Liola. After brief consultation, it was deemed insecure for us to return to Goliba's house, as search would undoubtedly be made for us there if any had detected his presence with us in the great chasm. Therefore our guide, taking one of the lamps, led us along a number of narrow unlighted passages, threading the maze with perfect knowledge of its intricacies until, opening a door, we found ourselves in a small stone prison chamber. Here we remained while he went to another part of the vaults and obtained for us some food, urging us to remain there until such time as we might come forth in safety. Kona extracted from him a promise that he would place his fellow tribesmen in a place of security, and Goliba also assured us that if we remained in that chamber, and did not attempt to wander in the passages, where we must inevitably lose our way, we might ere long ascend to the city and commence the campaign against the cruel command of the merciless Naya. Through 11 long and dreary days we remained in the narrow cell, drawing our water from a spring that gushed forth from a rock close to the door, existing on the smallest quantity of food, and scarce daring to speak aloud lest any of the jailers should overhear. By day a faint light came through a narrow chink above, and from the fact that the steady tramp of soldiers sounded overhead at intervals, we concluded that the chamber must be situated immediately below one of the courtyards of the palace. At night, however, we remained in perfect darkness, our oil having been exhausted during the first few hours. Thus we could only remain sitting on the stone bench like prisoners, inactive, discussing the probabilities of the serious movement that had been started in favour of a change of rule. "The people apparently look to me as their rescuer from this oppression," Omar observed one day when we were laying plans for the future. "I will, if Zomara favours me, do my best." "It is but right, nay, it is your duty towards your subjects to preserve the traditions of the Sanoms," I said. "Goliba was right when he promised he would show us the horrors introduced into Mo, or resuscitated by the present Naya. We have witnessed with our own eyes expressions of pleasure cross her countenance as each batch of her subjects cast themselves into those yawning jaws. Such a monarch, capable of any cruelty, must necessarily rule unjustly, and should be overthrown or killed." "I do not desire her death," he said quickly. "All I intend to do is to free our people from this hateful reign of terror, and at the same time preserve my mother's life." "But the time she gave us to quit the country has elapsed," I observed. "If we are now discovered, we shall either be held as slaves, or treated without mercy, offered as sacrifices to the Crocodile god, perhaps." "Not while the people are in our favour," he said. "Once their adherence to my cause has been tested, then we have naught further to fear, for the opinion of the populace will be found even of greater power than the military, and in the end it must prevail." "In the fight that must ensue thou wilt find thy servant Kona at thy side," the head man said. "Through fire or across water the Dagombas will follow thee, for their fetish is good, and they have faith in thee as leader." "Yea, O friend," the young prince answered. "Without thee and thy followers I could never have returned hither. I owe everything to thee, and to the stout heart of our companion Scarsmere." "No, old fellow," I protested. "It is your own dogged courage that has pulled us through so far, not mine. Up to the present all has gone well with us except the deplorable loss of some of our dark companions. Therefore let us retain our light hearts, and meet all obstacles with smiles." "I am ready to lead the people against the forces of malice and oppression at any moment Goliba commands," Omar answered. "No thought of fear shall arrest my footsteps or stay my hand." Times without number we discussed the situation in similar strain, until on the 11th day of our voluntary confinement we were startled by a low tapping on the door. Each held his breath. Had it been Goliba he would have entered without any such formality. In silence we remained listening. Again the tap was repeated, louder than before. Drawing our knives, ready to defend ourselves, believing it to be one of the Naya's jailers, Kona went forward, unbolted the door, and opening it a few inches, weapon in hand, peered out. Instantly an exclamation of surprise escaped him, and as he threw wide open the door, a young girl of about 17, with a face more beautiful than I had ever before seen, entered our cell. This vision of feminine loveliness entranced us. We all three stood staring at her open mouthed. Dressed in a robe of rich blue silk, heavily embroidered with gold, her waist was confined by a golden girdle wherein were set some magnificent rubies, and her feet were encased in tiny slippers of pale green leather embroidered with seed pearls. Her face, slightly flushed in confusion at finding herself in the presence of the prince, was pale of complexion as my own, her clear eyes a deep blue, her cheeks dimpled, her chin just sufficiently pointed to give a touch of piquancy to a decidedly handsome countenance. Her hair, of almost flaxen fairness, fell in profusion about her shoulders and breast, almost hiding the necklets of gold and gems encircling her slim throat. Little wonder then was it that Kona's black visage should broaden into a wide grin in manner habitual when his eyes fell upon anything that pleased him, or that I should regard her as a most perfect type of feminine loveliness. "I seek Omar the Prince," she said in a silvery voice, not, however, without some trepidation. "I am Omar," answered my friend. "Who, pray, art thou, that thou shouldst know of my hiding place?" "Thy servant," she said with a graceful bow, "is called Liola, daughter of Goliba, councillor of the great Naya. My father sendeth thee greeting and a message." "Goliba's daughter!" Omar cried laughing. "And we had drawn knives upon thee!" "Sheathe them," she answered smiling upon us. "Keep them in your belts until ye meet your enemies, for ere long ye will, of a verity, want them." "What then hath transpired?" asked the son of the Great White Queen. "What message sendeth our friend Goliba?" "My father directed me to come hither, for knowing the wife of the keeper of the prison, I was enabled to pass the sentries where my father would have been remarked," she said. "He sendeth thee word to be of good courage, for all goeth well, and thy cause prospereth. The savages who accompanied thee into our land are all in safety, although the horsemen of the Naya are scouring the country in search of thee and thy companions. In secret word of thy consent to lead the popular demonstration against oppression and ill government hath been conveyed to the people, even to our land's furthermost limits, and the reports from all sides show that thou art regarded with favour." "And thou art also one of my partisans, eh?" asked Omar, smiling. "I am, O Master," she answered, blushing deeply. "I will make fetish for the success of thine arms." "I thank thee, Liola," he answered. "Thou hast indeed brought us good tidings." "But my father sendeth thee a further message," she continued. He told me to tell thee that at sundown to-day he will come and conduct thee hence. Rest and sleep until then, for the way may be long and great vigilance may be demanded." "Whither does he intend to take us?" our companion answered. "I know not, O Master," she replied. "Already the people have armed and are assembling. I heard my father in conversation last night with one of the provincial governors who hath lately joined us, declare that the struggle could not be much longer delayed." "Then thou meanest that a fight is imminent?" he asked. "I fear so. Word of thine intention hath been conveyed by some spy unto the Naya, and the city now swarmeth with her soldiers and janissaries, who have orders to suppress the first sign of any insurrection. But in the fight thou shalt assuredly win, for the opinion of the people is in thy favour. May Zomara's jaws close upon thine enemies, and may they be devoured like sacrifices." "The people are assembling, thou hast said," Omar observed. "Are they in great numbers?" "It is impossible to tell. The news of thine opposition to the Naya spread like wildfire through the land, and secret agents soon ascertained that the balance of opinion was in thy favour. For 8 days past I have been at work secretly in thy cause, and from my own observations in the city I know that among the palace officials we have many adherents, and even here and there the soldiers will turn against their own comrades. In our own house arms and ammunition are stored, and we have been fortunate enough in obtaining from the arsenal through the Governor, who is on our side, 10 of those wonderful guns of the English that fire bullets like streams of water." "Maxims, I suppose," I interrupted. "I know not their name," she replied. "I heard my father say that they are most deadly, and with them we might hold an army at bay." "Truly thy father hath neglected nothing on my behalf," Omar said with sincerity. "Dost thou return unto him?" "I go at once." "Then tell him we are anxious to accompany him, and will be ready at sundown." "Thy words will I convey to him, O Master. Liola shall make great fetish for thine ascent to the Emerald Throne." Then, wishing us adieu, the slim, handsome girl with the deep blue expressive eyes slipped out of the door and noiselessly crept away down the long stone corridor. "Of a truth, O Master, there can be no fairer daughter on earth than Liola," Kona observed, addressing Omar when the pretty messenger had gone. "Yea, she is beautiful. Her face is like the lily, and her eyes as mysterious as the depths of the sea." "I have never encountered one so fair," Omar answered. "Nor I said. Her beauty is incomparable." "I had no idea old Goliba had a daughter," Omar exclaimed. "He is indeed fortunate to have one so amazingly lovely." "She is one of your partisans," I observed, smiling. And he laughed, while Kona, grinning with glee, declared chaffingly that the prince had fallen in love with her. The subject, however, was not further pursued, but now and then Omar would express a hope that she had returned in safety to her father, or wonder why she had been working in his cause, his words showing plainly that his head was still filled with thoughts of our pretty visitor. Soon after the light had faded from the tiny chink above, Goliba's voice was heard calling outside, and we at once opened the door to him. "Let us hasten, O Master," the old sage cried breathlessly. "Every instant's delay meaneth peril, and peril is first cousin to disaster." "Lead," I cried. "We will follow." A moment later we all four were creeping softly along the corridor past doors of the foul reeking dungeons wherein those who for some cause or another, often the most trivial, had fallen into disfavour with the Naya, and were rotting in their silent living tombs. Many were the grim and fearful stories of injustice and agony those black walls could tell. Many were the victims consigned there, although innocent of any offence, never again to see the light of day. As we walked, huge grey rats, some the pets of the wretched prisoners, scurried from our path, and now and then as we passed the small closed door of heavy sheet iron, the groans and lamentations of the unhappy captives reached our ears. At last, after traversing many passages turning to the right and left in such a manner that the extent of the great place amazed us, we ascended a flight of well worn steps. "The sentries now on guard are loyal to us," the royal councillor whispered, turning to Omar as we went up, and when we emerged into the chamber wherein stood the Emerald Throne, the 3 tall soldiers with drawn swords two standing mute and motionless as statues on either side of the door, and the other pacing up and down, took no notice of our appearance, but regarded us with stolid indifference. In the rosy evening light we sped across the beautiful court to a gate opposite, and passed out by a private way of which Goliba held the key, until we found ourselves beyond the frowning walls. Kona looked around longingly as we passed through the courts and chambers. He was anticipating with eagerness the time when he and his men would re-enter the place as conquerors, and was probably reflecting upon the amount of loot his men could obtain in the event of an order being given to sack the palace of the dreaded Naya. But without pausing to glance behind, our guide hurried us forward along a number of winding back streets of the city, hot, dusty, and close smelling after the broiling day, until he stopped before the door of a fine house, the walls of which were of polished white marble, that reflected the last rays of the sun like burnished gold. Striking the door thrice, it opened, and on going in he conducted us to a spacious hall, where we found exposed to our view a great collection of arms and warlike accoutrements. All kinds of instruments of death which the inventive malice of man had ever discovered had been collected for the use of those determined to accomplish the overthrow of the wicked rule of the Naya. First there were sticks, staves and knotty clubs; next to these, spears, darts, javelins, armed with brass or iron, and their points hardened with fire, and innumerable bows with quivers and arrows, which Kona examined critically, giving low grunts of approbation as he scrutinized a specimen of each. After these, instruments of dubious use originally designed for the assistance of man, but perverted through cruelty and malice to the service of slaughter and death, such as knives, scythes, axes, and hammers. On these were heaped arms deliberately fashioned for the offence of mankind, swords, daggers, poignards, scimitars, and rapiers, while on the opposite side of the spacious place were stored the more refined and destructive instruments of European war, rifles, muskets, revolvers, bayonets, small field pieces, machine guns of various patterns, including 4 Maxims and their food, boxes of cartridge, kegs of powder, cakes of dynamite, bombs and shells. "Behold," exclaimed Goliba, halting before them, "here is one of our secret stores of arms." "One of them?" said Omar. "How many then have we?" "In the city there are 16, all similarly filled. Away in various parts of the country there are depots in every populous centre," he replied. "But it must have taken a long time to obtain all these," the prince observed, puzzled. "The munitions of war were swiftly obtained for a popular rising," the aged sage replied. "When the word went forth in secret to the people, they responded almost to a man. Arms were actually carried from the royal arsenal in great quantities, and even the spies of the Naya found themselves thwarted and powerless. We have obtained nearly all the Maxims purchased in England by the Naya's agent, Makhana. Some are here, others at various depots, and each will be in charge of fighting men who know their use. The few remaining in the arsenal and forts have all been disabled by those of our sympathizers in government employ. Truly," I said, turning to Omar, "the Naya who gave an order for your assassination is seated on the edge of a volcano." "Yes," cried the white bearded old councillor, "the country hath struggled and groaned long and in vain under the Naya's tyrannical sway. The uprising will be swift and revengeful." "When will it occur?" I asked with eagerness. "To night," answered Goliba in a quiet tone. "To night!" we all three cried, amazed that the preparations were already complete. "Yes," he said in a low tone. "As the bell on the palace gate chimeth the midnight hour, a great mine will be fired that will proclaim with the earth's sudden upheaval the rising of the people of Mo against their ruler. Then the people, ready armed with these weapons, will strike such a blow as will sweep away all oppression and tyranny from our land, and leave it free as it hath ever been, free to prosper and retain its position as the only unconquered nation on the face of the earth." Chapter 25. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 26 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 26. The First Blow. Leaving the store of arms, we returned to Goliba's house, not by the high road, but by little winding lanes with tunnel-like passages under the overhanging eaves of houses, through a small open square or two, past a few richly painted and carved doors of tombs, and so on once more to the residence of the old sage, with its spacious courts and beautiful gardens. We passed some handsome blue-tiled public fountains, and some fine buildings several stories in height, open in the centre with a patio, and surrounded by galleries of carved wood which seemed to answer to our corn exchanges. One, near Goliba's house, was especially remarkable for its architectural beauty, not only with regard to its interior, but also its magnificent gateway. There were others also of far less pretensions, which answered more to the caravansary of Samory's country, where the weary animals who had borne their burdens from some far away corner of the mystic land were resting during their sojourn in the city. When, in the cool dusk of evening, we had eaten in the marble court, with its fountains and flowering plants, Omar being waited upon personally by our host, Liola came, and, lounging gracefully against one of the marble columns, gossiped with us. Afterwards a professional story teller was introduced to amuse us during the anxious time that must elapse before the fateful hour when the signal for the great uprising would be given. He was an old man, small of stature, in fact, I believe he must have been one of the tribe of dwarf cave dwellers. Of darker complexion than the majority of this curious people, he was dressed in a long garment of white, wearing on his head a conical headdress, shaped somewhat like a dunce's cap, and as he took up his position, squatting on a mat before us, he made deep obeisance to the son of his ruler. While we regaled ourselves with grapes and other luscious fruits, as a satisfactory conclusion to a bountiful feast, he told us a story which, as far as I could translate it, was as follows. Ages ago, he said, in the days of the good King Lobenba and Prince Karmos, here he kissed his hand as a sign of reverence, as did all his listeners, there was a poor man, a cowherd, who lived a very righteous life, nor did he commit any sin. But he was terribly poor, starving because he had not the wherewithal to supply himself with food. One night while asleep in his lonely hut on the mountain over against the grave of enemies, a vision appeared to him, and he saw standing before him the god Zomara, more hand kissing, in a flame of fire. And the King of Crocodiles said to him, "Gogo, I have seen thy poverty, and am come to give thee succour. I have seen how, even in the days when no food hath passed thy lips, thou hast never committed theft, nor borrowed not to return, and now thou shalt have great wealth. Speed early to-morrow to thy friend Djerad and borrow his black horse. I will put it in his mind to lend it thee, and take this horse and ride it to the gate of Mo, and then leap on thy horse from the precipice, and assuredly thou wilt find great wealth." Ere Gogo had time to thank the great god, whose name he exalted above all others, he had vanished. Early he rose, donned his ragged garments, set forth, and begged the loan of the black horse of Djerad his friend. After a ride of many hours he came at sundown to the gate of Mo, and gazed over the fearful precipice. Gathering the reins in his hand, he rode back a little distance, then galloped full speed to the brink. But his heart failed him, and on the edge he reined his horse for fear. 9 times he essayed to go, but each time his courage was insufficient. While he was sitting on his horse, preparing for the 10th time to obey the instructions, he heard a great noise behind him, and turning saw the god Zomara, with fire bursting from his mouth and streams of light in his eyes, crawling towards him. "Weak man," he cried as he passed, "thou fearest to obey. Follow me." An instant later the great crocodile had crawled over the edge of the precipice, and a moment afterwards Gogo had followed his example. It seemed as if he were in the air an hour, but suddenly his horse's hoofs touched earth again. The animal never fell into the terrible abyss, but merely tore up a piece of the turf where he had stood. He looked around. Zomara had disappeared, but in the hole that the horse's hoof had caused he saw a large ring of iron. Dismounting, he tried to raise it, but only after 2 hours' work he succeeded in moving it, and excavating from its hiding place an enormous chest filled with gold pieces and costly jewels. And so he lived in affluence the remainder of his life, till Zomara took him to be one of his councillors. So are the righteous rewarded. Then some thick-lipped musicians struck up music on quaintly shaped stringed instruments, and the strange old man, bearing a kind of tambourine in his hand, came round to collect coins, the collection being repeated at the conclusion of each legend. In one of his stories mention was made in the most matter-of-fact manner of a sick person being buried alive. This caused me to address some questions to Liola, who, seated near me, told me that this terrible custom was one recently introduced by the Naya. "The ghastly practice is supposed to appease Zomara and give us victory over our enemies," she said. "As soon as any serious illness setteth in, the patient is taken from his house wrapped in his best robes, deposited in a grave, and then covered with earth. No one in Mo now dieth a natural death. When the body hath been placed in the grave, the friends of the dead man set forth to kill the first living creature they can encounter, man, woman, or beast, believing that through their victim their friend hath been compelled to die. When thus in search of an expiatory victim, they take the precaution of breaking off young shoots of the shrubs as they pass by, leaving the broken ends hanging in the direction they are going, as a warning to people to shun that path. Even should one of their own relatives be the first to meet the avengers, they dare not suffer him to escape." "Life is not very secure in Mo when sickness rageth," I observed. "No," she replied, sighing. "It is merely one of the many horrible practices the Naya hath introduced into our land. Whether a man is buried alive, or whether he dieth in the fight, his kinsmen at once assemble and destroy all his goods, saving only his vessels of gold, which are confiscated for the Naya's use. The curse of Zomara would fall heavily upon anyone who attempteth to make use of any article once owned by a dead person. After the destruction of the property hath taken place, the house is filled with fumes of burning resin. The guests then sit in the perfumed atmosphere drinking large draughts of fiery liquids, and give vent to their feelings in violent shouts." "A strange custom indeed," I said, astonished. "And it is only of recent introduction? When, 3 years ago, the ancient temple of Zomara was discovered beneath the earth, and all in Mo descended to witness its wonders, the Naya gave orders for the custom, as I have described, to be rigorously observed," she answered, turning her clear, trusting eyes upon Omar as she spoke. Soon afterwards she left us in order to give some orders to the slaves, and the story teller and musicians also departing, Goliba brought in 3 of the provincial governors who had visited us on the last occasion we had been the aged sage's guests, and together we discussed and criticised for the last time the arrangements made for the revolt. After an hour's consultation these men again departed, and Goliba himself, having brought us our arms, consisting of an English-made magazine rifle each, some ammunition, and a short but very keen sword manufactured in Mo, left to make a tour of his house to personally inspect the measures taken for its defence. The next hour was so full of breathless excitement that we dared only converse in whispers. The atmosphere was hot and oppressive, the sky had grown dark and overcast, threatening ominously, while ever and anon could be heard the faint clank of arms. Men, tall, dark, and mysterious, passed and repassed along the dark colonnades, or stood in knots leaning on their rifles, discussing the situation in undertones. On returning to us, our host told us that the store of arms we had seen, as well as others in various neighbourhoods, had all been distributed, and that the whole city was awaiting the signal. "Roughly speaking, thou hast in the capital alone 30,000 adherents," the councillor said to Omar. "Thou hast therefore nothing to fear. The path to victory is straight, and little danger lurketh there." Almost ere these words had fallen from his lips, loud shouting sounded at the door that gave entrance to the patio wherein we stood, and we were startled to notice a scuffle taking place between a number of those who were about to guard the house and some would-be intruders. Yet ere we could realize the true state of affairs, we saw dozens of the royal soldiers scrambling down from the walls on every side, rifles flashed here and there, and within a few moments the place was in possession of the troops of the Naya. "We seek Omar the Prince and his companions," cried a man in a shining golden breastplate, evidently an officer of high rank, striding up to Goliba. "We hold orders from the Naya to capture them and take them to the palace. We know thou hast harboured them." Before our host could reply, 20 of the fighting men of Mo, having recognized us, dashed across, and notwithstanding our resistance had seized us. Goliba too was quickly made prisoner, and above the shouting and hoarse imprecations we heard in the darkness a loud piercing woman's scream. Liola had also fallen into their hands. We fought our captors with all the strength of which we were capable, but were unarmed, for on receiving the rifles and swords from Goliba we had placed them together a little distance away in a corner of the court. It took fully a dozen stalwart soldiers to hold the black giant Kona, and even then it was as much as they could do to prevent him from severely mauling them. His grip was like a vice, his fists hard as iron. In the hands of 3 of these white robed soldiers, who had on our arrival in Mo cheered and belauded us, I struggled fiercely, but to no avail, for they dragged us all onward across the patio and out into the street, now crowded by those attracted by the unusual disturbance in the house of the Naya's councillor. The huge grim gateway of the royal palace stood facing the end of the long, broad thoroughfare, and from where we stood we had an uninterrupted view of it. Our arrest was indeed a disaster when it seemed within an ace of success. The people regarded us indifferently as we were hurried up the hill towards the great stone arch, with its massive watch towers, and it appeared as though the swift decisive step of securing the ringleaders of the revolt had entirely crushed it, for the people, instead of showing defiance, shrank back from the soldiers, cowed and submissive. Suddenly, as we went forward, the great bell in one of the high turrets of the Naya's stronghold boomed forth the first stroke of the midnight hour. Then in an instant a bright red flash blinded us, followed by a report so deafening that the very rock whereon the city was built trembled, and we saw amid the dense smoke before us the great black gateway, with its watch towers where the sentries were pacing, break away, and shoot in huge masses high towards the sky. The explosion was terrific, its effects appalling. The glare lit the whole city for a brief second with a light like a stormy sunset. Then upon us showered great pieces of iron and stone with mangled human limbs, the debris of a gateway that for centuries had been considered absolutely impregnable. The first blow against tyranny and oppression had been struck, terrible and decisive. It was the people's call to arms. Would they respond? End of chapter 26. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 27 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 27. By the Naya's Orders. A short time only did we remain in doubt as to the intention of the populace. The suppressed excitement found vent even before the clouds of choking smoke had rolled away. The signal had been given, and instantly they responded with fierce yells, throwing themselves suddenly upon the soldiers, using weapons that seemed to have been produced like magic. Those who had effected our capture, dumbfounded, first by the appalling explosion, and then by the hostile attitude of the people, released us instantly, being compelled to fight for their lives back towards the smoking ruins of the palace gate. Within a few moments the great broad thoroughfare, with its handsome houses, became the scene of a most fierce and sanguinary conflict. Rifles flashed everywhere, in the street, from the windows and roofs of surrounding buildings, pouring a fire upon the soldiers so deadly that few succeeded in escaping back to the palace whence they came. With startling suddenness I found myself in the midst of this stirring scene, fighting for life beside Omar. Both of us had snatched rifles and ammunition from fallen soldiers, while someone in the crowd had given me a fine sword with the jewelled hilt, which I hastily buckled on in case of emergency. Behind us a great barricade was being built of the first things that came to hand. The houses were being divested of their furniture by 100 busy hands, and this, piled high, with spaces here and there for the guns, soon presented a barrier formidable, almost insurmountable. The erection of barricades was, we afterwards found, part of the scheme, for in all the principal thoroughfares similar piles were constructed, each being manned by a sturdy body of men well armed and determined to hold in check and repulse the attack which they knew would, ere long, be made upon them by the military. The forces of Mo, feared on every hand for their daring and brilliant feats, were, we knew, not to be trifled with, and as word had been secretly conveyed to Omar that the Naya, on hearing of the intention of the people, had ordered her soldiers to institute an indiscriminate massacre, we should have to fight hard to save our lives. The barricade was soon completed, and quickly word spread from mouth to mouth to get behind it. This we all did, to the number of about 3,000. Then came a period of waiting. It was not our object to renew the attack, but to await reprisals. Apparently, however, the blowing up of the palace gate had utterly disconcerted the royal troops, whose barracks were in that vicinity, and we could see by the crowd of moving torches that the soldiers were engaged in repairing the huge breach made in the walls before marching forth to quell the insurrection. In the darkness we waited patiently. A few desultory shots fired by some of our more adventurous partisans, who, climbing to the top of the barricade, aimed where they saw the torches moving, broke the ominous silence, but in distant parts of the city we could hear the rapid firing of musketry, with now and then a loud thundering roar when a heavy field piece was discharged. Each moment seemed an hour as we remained inactive behind that improvised barrier of doors, shutters, furniture, iron gates and railings. Omar and I were standing together beside one of the 3 Maxim guns by which our position was defended, watching the preparations being made on top of the hill for assaulting us, when suddenly there was a bright flash, and next instant a great shell fell behind us, bursting and dealing death and destruction among our ranks. The air became rent by the shrill cries of the wounded and the hoarse agonized exclamations of the dying, for this first shot from the palace had been terribly effective, and fully 50 of those anxious to bear their part in the struggle for liberty had been killed, while many others were wounded. The shell had unfortunately fallen right in the centre of the crowd. Again another was discharged, but it whistled over our heads and exploded far away behind us, shattering several houses, but injuring nobody. A third and a fourth were sent at us, but neither were so effective as the first. The breach in the wall where the gate had once been had now been repaired, and the adherents of the Great White Queen were at last taking the offensive. Both Omar and myself had earlier that day, during our visit to the store of arms, been instructed in the use of that terror of modern warfare, the Maxim gun, and the one against which we stood with 2 men had been allotted to us. My companion, who had been watching with the deadly weapon ready sighted to sweep the street, turned to ask news of Liola, whom we had not seen since we were dragged from her father's house, and I had taken his place, my hand ready to fire. Of Liola's fate I feared the worst. She had been taken prisoner, and had probably been killed or injured in the fierce mêlée. Suddenly, with wild yells, several hundred of the Naya's horsemen dashed down the hill, their swords whirling, followed by a huge force of men mounted and dismounted. I saw that at last they had come forth for the attack, and without a second's hesitation bent and commenced a fire, the terrible rattling of which held me appalled. The guns on either side followed mine in chorus, and almost momentarily we were pouring out such a hail of bullets that amid the smoke and fire the great body of horses and troops were mowed down like grass before the scythe. The foremost in the cavalry ranks had no time to lift their carbines to reply, ere they were swept into eternity, and those coming behind, although making a desperate stand, fell riddled by bullets from our 3 terrible engines of destruction. The fight with Samory's fugitives on the Way of the Thousand Steps had been exciting enough, but in extent or bloodshed was not to be compared with this. In that single onward rush of the Naya's troops hundreds were killed, for, ceasing our fire for a moment or two while the smoke cleared, we saw, lying in the street, great piles of men and horses who had fallen upon one another in their forward dash and died under our frightful hail of lead. A short pause, and the rifles and all the chorus of surrounding artillery took up their thunder song with increased energy. These works of man outrivaled the natural elements by their tremendous booming and their disastrous power. Shells from the palace walls fell upon us thick and fast. No lightning's flash can accomplish such ruin as the modern ordnance projectile. A few centuries back the thought would have been incomprehensible. Even so, the visionary and ridiculed idea of to day may be realized in the future. The shots descended, a veritable storm of lead, and several times the clouds of choking dust they set up enveloped us. But we were undaunted, and continued to work the Maxim, spreading its death-dealing rain up the broad thoroughfare, and preventing any from reaching our barricade. The idea of the troops was no doubt to gradually force us back from the external positions of the city into the central, and from the centre to the east in the direction of the gate that gave access to the country. By this means the fighting area would be compressed, and we should be surrounded by a large body of our enemies who had massed outside the gate to cut off our retreat. But the thundering boom of cannon and sharp rattle of musketry on our right showed that our comrades, barricaded in a great thoroughfare running parallel with the one wherein we were, had also set to work to repel their enemy. Barricades had sprung up in all directions like magic. The four corners of intersecting streets were the positions mostly chosen for them, and every conceivable article was used in their construction. Women and children vied with the men in activity and resourcefulness in the erection of these improvised works of defence, and the work slackened not even when shells and bullets fell about in dangerous proximity. Our companions, the partisans of Omar to whom they looked to deliver their country from the thraldom of tyranny, were fortunately not devoid of those soldier-like qualities which in past ages had raised the military renown of Mo to the greatest altitude. What they lacked mostly outside of themselves were capable officering and generalship. There were a few officers of the royal army among them, men who had become convinced that a change of government was necessary, but the people were left to do battles mainly on the principle of individual enterprise. Time after time attacks, each increasing in strength and proving more disastrous to us than the first, were made upon us, but our Maxims kept up their rattle, and from every part of the great wall of paving stones, furniture, trees, and heaped up miscellaneous articles, there poured out volley after volley from bristling rifles. The troops quickly found the street absolutely untenable, for each time they made a rush to storm our position they were compelled to fall back, and few indeed reached the place of safety amid our deadly fire. When we had held the barricade for nearly an hour, Kona, Omar, and myself being close together bearing our part in repulsing our opponents, a loud roar suddenly sounded before us, and at the same instant a huge shell, embedding itself in our defences, exploded with a bright light and deafening report. The havoc caused was appalling. Half our barricade was blown completely away, and besides killing and maiming dozens of our comrades, it shattered several houses close by, and its force sent me down flat upon my back. Instantly I struggled to my feet, and finding myself uninjured save for a severe laceration of the hand, glanced round seeking my two friends. But they were not there. The shell had set part of the barricade on fire, and already the flames were rising high, lighting up the terrible lurid scene. Again I bent to my Maxim and recommenced firing, but as I did so another shell, only too well directed, struck the opposite end of our defences, and instantly a disaster resulted similar to the first, while a house at the same moment fell with a terrible crash, burying several unfortunate fellows beneath its débris. Instantly I saw that our defences were partially demolished, and as shell after shell fell in rapid succession in our vicinity and exploded, our gallant defenders, still determined to prove victors, rushed up the hill to try conclusions with the Naya's troops. It was a wild, mad dash, and I found myself carried forward in the onrush of several thousand excited men. Meeting the remnant of the cavalry we fought with savage ferocity, alternately being beaten and beating. I had lost Omar, Kona, and Goliba, half fearing that they had been blown to atoms by the shell. Nevertheless, the courage of my comrades never failed, although gaining the top of the hill and defeating the cavalry by sheer force of numbers, they were driven back again at the point of the bayonet, while from the ruins of the palace gate a steady rifle fire was poured upon us at the same time. Half-way down the hill we made a gallant stand, but again were compelled to fall back in disorder. Soon we were driven from the main thoroughfare into the minor streets, refuging in and fighting from the houses, whilst our foes steadily and angrily pursued and closed in upon us, dislodging us from our shelters and leaving few loopholes for escape. The carnage was awful. Quarter was refused. It seemed as though our hope was a forlorn one. The general and ruthless massacre ordered by the Great White Queen had actually begun. The loss of our barricade paralyzed us. Yet we could hear the roar and tumult, and seeing the reflection of fires in other parts of the city, only hoped that our comrades there were holding their own valiantly as we had struggled to do. Ever and anon loud explosions sounded above the thunder of artillery, and it became apparent that the royal troops were engaged in blowing up any defences they could not take by assault. From where I sought shelter behind a high wall with a lattice window through which I continually discharged my rifle into the roadway, I saw massacres within walls and without. The troops had poured down upon us in absolutely overwhelming numbers, and no resistance by our weakened force could now save us. One fact alone reassured me and gave me courage. In the bright red glare shed by the flames from a burning building, among a party who made a sally from the opposite house, I caught a momentary glance of the lithe, active figure of Omar, fighting desperately against a body of the Naya's infantry, and leading on his comrades with loud shouts of encouragement. "Do your duty, men," he gasped. "Let not your enemies crush you." But the mêlée was awful. Once again our partisans were driven back, and the street was strewn with bodies in frightful array, left where they fell, uncovered, unattended. The thick black cloud of smoke which hung over the city in the clouds, and on either side of it obscured the rising dawn and intensified the horrors of the awful drama. Fires raged in every direction, making the air hot. It was as close through the smoke cloud above, and the absence of wind fed it with the odour of human blood that lay in pools in every street and splashed upon the houses. The sight was majestic, terrible, never to be forgotten. In the midst of it the terror and stupefaction was almost beyond human endurance. On all sides were heard the roar of flames, the breaking of timbers and the crashing in of roofs and walls. Fire and sword reigned throughout the magnificent capital of Mo. Its people were being swept into eternity with a relentless brutality that was absolutely fiendish. Into the hearts of the survivors of the gallant force who had so readily constructed our barricade and so valiantly defended it, despair had entered. There was now no hope for the success of our cause. The forces of tyranny, oppression and misrule were fast proving the victors, and in that fearful indiscriminate shooting down of men, women and children that was proceeding, all knew that sooner or later they must fall victims. I had seen nothing of Kona or Goliba since the wrecking of our barricade, but Omar, I was gratified to observe, was stationed at a window of the opposite house from which he directed well aimed shots at those below. A body of fully 500 infantry were besieging the house wherein a large number of our comrades had taken shelter, determined to put them to the sword. Yet so desperate was the resistance that they found it impossible to enter, and many were killed in their futile endeavours. At length I noticed that while the main body covered the movements of several of their companions, the latter were preparing a mine to which to blow it up. With a half dozen men beside me we kept up a galling fire upon them, but all in vain. The mine was laid, only a spark was required to blow the place into the air. Knowing that if such a catastrophe were accomplished we too must suffer being in such close proximity to it, we waited breathlessly, unable to escape from the vicinity of the deadly spot. Suddenly, as one man, more fearless than the others, bent to fire the mine, the soldiers with one accord rushed back, and scarce daring to breathe I waited, fearing each second to see the house and its garrison shattered to fragments and myself receive the full force of the explosive. But at that instant, even as I watched, a loud exultant shout broke out upon my ear, and looking I saw approaching from the opposite end of the street a great crowd of people rushing forward, firing rapidly as they came. They were our comrades. Their shouts were shouts of victory. "Kill them!" they cried. "Let not one escape. They have killed our brothers. Let us have revenge. The Naya shall die, and Omar shall be our Naba." The man bending over the explosive sprang back in fear without having applied the fatal spark, and his companions, taken thus completely by surprise, stood amazed at this sudden appearance of so large a body of the populace. But the rifles of the latter in a few seconds had laid low several of their number, and then, making a stand, they lowered their weapons. A loud word of command sounded, and as if from one weapon a volley was fired full upon the victorious people. For a few moments its deadly effect checked their progress, but an instant later they resumed their onward rush, and ere a second volley could be fired they had flung themselves upon their opponents, killing them with bayonet, sword and pistol. Their rush was in too great a force to be withstood. As in other parts of the city, so here, they compelled the troops to fly before them, and shot them down as they sped back up the hill towards the great stronghold. In those few fateful minutes the tables had suddenly been turned. While we, fighting hard in that hot corner, had imagined that we had lost, our comrades in other parts of the city had won a magnificent victory, and had come to our rescue at the 11th hour. Truly it was everywhere a fierce and bloody fight. End of chapter 27. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 28 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 28. The Fight for the Emerald Throne. Thrown into utter confusion by the great press of people well armed and determined, the soldiers who had fought so desperately, and who intended to blow up the house that Omar and his companions had made their stronghold, fled precipitately up the hill, but so rapid and heavy was the firing that few, if any, got out of the street alive. On seeing the chances thus suddenly turned in our favour, we poured forth into the street again, and joining our forces with those of our rescuers, rushed with them into the main thoroughfare leading to the palace, scrambling over the débris of our barricade and the heaps of bodies that blocked our passage. A hurried question, addressed to a man rushing along at my side, elicited glad tidings. So fiercely had the people fought that the troops sent out to quell the rising had been utterly routed everywhere, while many of the regiments had turned in our favour and had actually held several of the barricades, winning brilliant victories. "It is yonder at the palace, where the resistance will be greatest," the man cried excitedly, blood streaming from a ghastly wound on his brow. "But our cause is good. The Naya shall die." "To the palace!" screamed the infuriated mob. "To the palace!" And forward the frantic dash was made at redoubled pace, until we came to the pile of fallen masonry which had, a few hours ago, been the great impregnable gateway that closed each day at sunset and opened not till sunrise, save for the Great White Queen herself. Here the place seemed undefended, until we came close up to it, when without warning we were met with a withering rifle fire that laid low dozens of our comrades. The man who had been so enthusiastic a moment before, and who had told me of our successes, was struck full in the breast by a ball, and fell against me, dead. For a moment only did we hold back. Dawn was spreading now, but the heavy black smoke obscured the struggling daylight. Suddenly there sounded just at my rear Omar's well-known voice, crying: "Forward, forward, my brethren! I, Omar, your prince, lead you into the palace of my father. Today there commenceth a new and brighter era for our beloved land. Falter not, but end the struggle valiantly as ye have commenced it. Forward!" His words sent a sudden patriotic thrill through the great concourse of armed men, who instantly sprang forward, and regardless of the blazing lines of rifles before them, climbed the ruins and engaged the defenders hand to hand. It was a brilliant dash, and could only have been accomplished by the courage inspired by Omar's words, for the odds were once more against us, and the rapid fire from behind the ruins played the most frightful havoc in our ranks. In the midst of the crowd I clambered up, sword in hand, over the huge masses of masonry and rubbish, and springing to earth on the other side, alighted in a corner where the picked guards of the Naya were making a last desperate stand. At first the struggle had been a hand to hand one, but they had retreated, and were now firing heavy volleys that effectively kept us at bay. Almost at the same moment as I sprang down, I heard behind me fiendish yells and the clamouring of many feet. In an instant I recognized it as the savage war cry of the Dagombas, and next second 100 half naked blacks, looking veritable fiends in the red glare, swept down headlong to the spot where I stood, and, headed by Kona brandishing his spear, dashed straight upon the defenders. The effect of this was to cause the others to spring forward as reinforcements, and quicker than the time occupied in relating it, this position, an exceedingly strong one, fell into our hands. So infuriated were the Dagombas by the excesses committed by the soldiery in various parts of the city, that they vented their savage wrath upon the defenders until the butchery became awful, and I doubt whether a single man escaped. The soldiers holding the next court, seeing this disaster, placed, ere we could prevent them, 2 field pieces behind the closed gate, wherein holes had been hacked, and with the walls crowded with men with rifles they began to pour upon us a deadly hail of shot and shell. Once, for a moment only, Niaro, the provincial governor I had met at Goliba's, fought beside me, but after exchanging a few breathless words, we became again separated. Little time elapsed ere one and all understood that to remain long under this galling fire of the palace guards would mean death to us, therefore it required no further incentive than an appeal from Omar to cause us to storm the entrance to the court. "Well done, friends!" he shouted. "We have broken down the first defence. Come, let us sweep away the remainder, but spare the life of the Naya. Remember, I am her son. Again, forward! Zomara giveth strength to your hands and courage to your hearts. Use them for the purpose he hath bestowed them upon you." In the forward movement in response to these loudly uttered words, fearful cries of rage and despair mingled with hoarse shouts of the vanquished. Rifles flashed everywhere in the faint morning light, bullets kept up a singing chorus above our heads, and about me in the frightful tumult gleamed naked blood-stained blades. At first the guards, like those in the outer court, made a desperate resistance, but soon they showed signs of weakness, and I could distinguish in the faint grey dawn how gradually we were driving them back, slowly gaining the entrance to the court, which I remembered was a very large and beautiful one with cool colonnades, handsome fountains, and beautiful flowering trees of a kind I had never seen in England. At last, after a fierce struggle, in which the defenders very nearly succeeded in driving us out or slaughtering us where we stood, the field pieces were silenced, a charge of explosive was successfully placed beneath the gate, and a loud roar followed that shook every stone in that colossal pile. The ponderous door was shattered, and the defenders disorganised by the suddenness of the disaster. Almost before they were aware of it, we had poured in among them. Then the slaughter was renewed, and the scenes witnessed on every hand frightful to behold. Kona and his black followers fought like demons, spearing the soldiers right and left, always in the van of the fray. Omar and Kona were apparently sharing the direction of the attack, for sometimes I heard the voice of one raised, giving orders, and sometimes the other. But however irregular the mode of proceeding might have been from a military standpoint, success was ours, for half an hour later the 2 inner courts, strenuously defended by the Naya's bodyguard, were taken, and judging from the fact that the firing outside had become desultory, it seemed as though hostilities in the streets had practically ceased. At this juncture some man, a tall, powerful fellow who was distinguishing himself by his valiant deeds, told me that the military down in the city, finding the populace so strong, had, after a most terrific fight, at last ceased all opposition and declared in favour of the Prince Omar. This we afterwards discovered was the actual truth. The carnage in the streets had, however, been appalling, before this step had been resolved upon, but when once the declaration had been made, the remnants of the Naya's army were, at the orders of the leaders of the people, marched without the city wall on the opposite side to the great cliff, and there halted to await the progress of events. Meanwhile we were still hewing our way, inch by inch, towards the centre of the palace of the Great White Queen. So desperate was the conflict that the perspiration rolled from us in great beads, and many of my comrades fell from sheer exhaustion, and were trampled to death beneath the feet of the wildly excited throng. Soon, driving back the final ring of defenders, and shooting them down to the last man, we dashed across the central court, where the polished marble paving ran with blood, and battering down the great gilded doors that fell with a loud crash, gained our goal, entering the spacious hall of audience, in the centre of which, upon its raised dais, under the great gilded dome, stood the historic Emerald Throne. The magnificent hall was deserted. The bloodshed had been frightful. The courts were heaped with dead and dying. Several chairs were lying overturned, as if the courtiers and slaves had left hastily, and even across the seat of royalty one of the Naya's rich bejewelled robes of state had been hastily flung down. This, snatched up by one of the Dagombas, was tossed away into the crowd, who gleefully tore it to shreds as sign that the power of the dreaded Naya was for ever broken. To the exultant shouts of 1,000 wild, blood-bespattered people, the great hall echoed again and again. The faint light showed too plainly at what terrible cost the victory had been won. Their clothes were torn, their faces were blackened by powder, from their superficial wounds blood was oozing, while the more serious consequences of sword cuts and gunshots had been hastily bound by shreds of garments. Flushed by their victory, they were a strange, forbidding-looking rabble. Yet they were our partisans, a peaceful, law-abiding people who had been oppressed by a tyrannical rule and long ripe for revolt. They had seized this opportunity to break the power of the cruel-hearted woman who was unworthy to hold sway upon that historic throne. "Let us seek the Naya. She shall not escape. Let us avenge the deaths of our fathers and children," were the cries raised when they found the hall of audience deserted. Apparently they had expected to find the Great White Queen seated there, awaiting them, and their chagrin was intense at finding her already a fugitive. "She dare not face us," they screamed. "All tyrants are cowards. Kill her. Let us kill her." But Goliba, whom I was gratified to see present and unharmed, sprang upon the dais, and waving his arms, cried: "Rather let us first place our valiant young prince upon the Emerald Throne. Let him be appointed our ruler. Then let us seek to place the Naya in captivity." "No," they cried excitedly. "Kill her." "Give her alive to Zomara," suggested one man near me, grimly. "Let her taste the punishment to which she has consigned so many hundreds of our relatives and friends." Heedless of these shouts, Goliba, stretching forth his hand, led Omar, whose torn clothes and perspiring face told how hard he had fought, towards the wonderful throne of green gems, and seating him thereon, cried: "I, Goliba, on behalf of these, the people of our great kingdom, enthrone thee and invest thee with the supreme power in place of thy mother, the Naya." Loud deafening cheers, long repeated, rose from the assembled multitude, and the soldiers dying in the courts outside knew that the revolt of the people had been successful, that right had won in this struggle against might. Then, when the cries of adulation became fainter, and with difficulty silence was restored, Omar rose, and raising his sword, upon which blood was still wet, exclaimed in a loud ringing voice: "I, Omar, the last descendant of the royal house of Sanom, hereby proclaim myself Naba of Mo." Again cheers rang through the vaulted hall, and presently, when the excitement had once more died down, he added, gazing around with a regal air: "About me here I see those who have borne arms in my cause, and to each and every one I render thanks. How much we may all of us deplore the loss of so many valuable lives, death is nevertheless the inevitable result of any recourse to arms. At least we have the satisfaction of knowing that our cause was a just one, and by the sacred memory of our ancestors I swear that my rule shall be devoid of that cruelty and tyranny that have disgraced the latter pages of my beloved country's history. I, Omar, am your ruler. Ye are my people. Obey the laws we promulgate and the good counsels of our advisers, and security both of life and property shall be yours. From this moment human sacrifices to our great god Zomara, to whom all praise be given for this victory of our arms, are abolished. But our first and foremost word from this, our seat of royalty, is that the life of the Naya shall be spared. Your Naba hath spoken." A visible look of disappointment overspread the countenance of those around me. All had, in their wild enthusiasm, desired to wreak their vengeance upon the unjust queen, but this royal decree forbade it. There even went forth murmurs of disapproval, and Omar, hearing them, said in a loud, serious voice: "A Sanom hath never allowed his kinsman to be murdered, therefore although the Naya hath plotted to take my life, she shall be held captive and not die. Let not a hair of her head be touched, or he who lifteth his hand against her shall be brought before me, and I will not spare him. Enough blood hath been already shed since the going down of the sun. Let not another life be wasted." Then calling Goliba, Kona, Niaro and myself up to his side upon the royal dais, he continued: "These, my friends, who have assisted me to gain this my kingdom, are deserving of reward, and this shall at once be given them. Goliba, whom all know as a sage and upright man." Cheers, loud and ringing, here interrupted his words. When quiet had been restored, he continued: "Goliba shall retain his position as chief of our royal councillors, and shall be also Grand Vizier of Mo. Niaro, a trusty governor to whom all who have appealed have met with justice, is appointed Custodian of the Gate of Mo, in place of Babila, for whom we all mourn. To Kona, head man of the Dagombas of the forest, I owe my life, and he shall be chief of our army and of our bodyguard, and his native followers shall themselves be the principal members of the guard. And Scarsmere," he said, turning towards me. "Scarsmere hath been my friend and companion across the great black water. He knoweth not fear, for together we have been held by Samory and Prempeh, and have yet managed to preserve our lives. Since I, your Naba, left Mo by the way of the Thousand Steps, and entered the land of the white men, Scarsmere hath been my friend and companion, therefore all shall treat him with due respect. For although he cometh from the wonderful land afar he shall be governor of this our city and keeper of our treasure house. He is the trusted and faithful friend of your Naba, and all shall regard him as highest in favour." "We greet thee, Goliba!" enthusiastically cried the surging crowd. "We greet thee, Niaro, Custodian of the Gate! We greet thee, Kona, a savage but great chieftain. Thou art head of our army. We greet thee, Scarsmere, the friend of our royal Naba, and Governor of Mo. We, the people, accept you, and have confidence in your rule. Ye are all great, and are worthy of the offices to which ye have been raised. May your names be exalted above all others, and your faces be as beacons unto us." And they shouted themselves hoarse in cheering, seeing in the enthronement of the young Naba the dawn of a just and beneficent rule. Their adulations became louder and even more profuse, when Omar proceeded to appoint others, well known and popular, to various offices connected with the palace. "Happy," cried the white bearded sages who had taken their places behind the throne, "happy is the prince whose trust is in Zomara, and whose wisdom cometh from the King of the River." "Happy," cried the people, humbling themselves, "happy is our Naba, the favourite of the Crocodile god, the one from whose wrath all flee." "That," replied Omar, "O people, is too much even for the Naba of Mo to hear. But may Zomara approve of my thoughts and actions. So shall the infernal powers destroy the wretches that employ them, and the arrows recoil upon those who draw a bow upon us. But, O sages, though our numbers are reduced, your integrity is more tried and approved. Therefore let Omar, your Naba, partake of the sweetness of your counsels, and learn from aged experience the wisdom of the sons of earth. Ye shall tell me from time to time what the peace and sincerity of my throne requireth from me, for human prudence alone is far too weak to fight against the wiles of the deceitful." I stood beside the royal seat, deep in thought, silently gazing upon the thousand upturned, grimy faces. It had indeed been a curious turn of events that had conspired to place my friend upon the throne of an autocrat, and also to give into my own unaccustomed hands the rule and control of this most magnificent and extensive capital, and all the wondrous treasures of the royal house of the Sanoms. Chapter 28. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 29 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 29. A Mystery. From the glittering hall of audience a forward movement was soon made to the inner rooms that formed the private apartments of the Naya. Carried onward by the press of people, I was amazed at the magnificence and luxury everywhere apparent. The walls were mostly of polished marble inlaid with gold and adorned with frescoes, the ceilings ornamented with strange allegorical paintings, and the floors of jasper and alabaster. But as the irate crowd dashed onward through the great tenantless chambers, they tore down the rich silk hangings and trod them under foot, broke up the tiny gold inlaid tables, and out of sheer wantonness hacked the soft divans with their swords. The discovery that the Naya had fled increased the indignation of the mob, and were it not for the urgent appeal of Kona, who had at once assumed the commandership, the whole of the magnificent rooms would no doubt have been wrecked. As it was, however, the good counsels of the Dagomba headman prevailed, and wanton hands were stayed from committing more serious excesses. Whither the Great White Queen had fled no one knew. To every nook and corner search parties penetrated. Even the sleeping apartment, with its massive bed of ivory and hangings of purple, gold embroidered satin, was held not sacred. Yet nowhere could the once dreaded ruler be discovered. Some cried that she had escaped into the city in the guise of a slave, others that she had descended into the cavern where stood the gigantic temple of Zomara. Another fact puzzled us greatly. From our elevated position we could see afar off a fierce conflict proceeding near the city gate, on that side where access could be gained only by the steep flight of steps. Once when I had looked, I saw that the city was comparatively quiet. Now, however, this conflict had broken out again suddenly, and judging from the smoke and tumult, it must have been terrific. All were surprised and stood watching the clouds of grey smoke roll up into the bright morning air. But soon it died away, and believing it to be an outbreak by the conquered troops subdued with a firm hand by the victorious people, we thought no more of it. The hours that succeeded were full of stirring incidents, and it was long before the least semblance of order could be restored in the city. With Kona I went forth into the crowded turbulent streets, and the sight that met our gaze was awful. Bodies of soldiers and civilians were lying everywhere, the faces of some, to whom death had come swiftly, so calm and composed that they looked as if they slept, while upon the blunt-speared countenances of others, hideously mutilated perhaps, were terrible expressions, showing in what frightful agony they had passed into eternity. The roadways were strewn with heaps of corpses, the gutters flowed with blood. At such terrible cost had the tyrannical reign of the Naya been terminated. By such a frightful loss of human life had Omar been raised to the Emerald Throne. Greater part of that eventful day was spent by Niaro, Kona and Goliba and myself in restoring order, while the people themselves, assisted by the troops, who had already sworn allegiance to their young Naba, cleared the streets and removed, as far as possible, all traces of the deadly feud. But to us there came no tidings of the Naya, although the strictest watch was kept everywhere to prevent her escaping. The people were determined that if she might not pay the penalty of her evil deeds by death, she should at least be held captive in one of the foul dungeons beneath the palace, where so many of their relatives had rotted and died in agony or starvation. A blazing noontide was succeeded by a calm and peaceful evening. Through many hours I had endeavoured, as far as lay in my power, to assume the command given me, and assisted by a number of quaintly garbed officials enthusiastic in Omar's cause, I found my office by no means difficult. Order again reigning in the streets and the bodies removed, the city had quietly settled down, though of course not to its usual peacefulness. Crowds of the more excited ones still surged up and down the broad thoroughfares, calling down vengeance upon the once powerful queen, but all voices were united in cheers for the Naba Omar, their chosen ruler. Save for those required to preserve order, the survivors of the troops were back in the barracks long before sunset, and the palace guard had been reorganised under Kona's personal supervision. The Dagombas alone comprised Omar's bodyguard, and I found on my return to the palace that they had exchanged their scanty clothes of native bark cloth for the rich, bright coloured silk uniforms of those who had acted in a similar capacity to the Naya. With their black, happy, shining faces they looked a magnificent set of men, though for the first few hours they appeared a trifle awkward in gay attire that was entirely strange to them. It was amusing, too, to watch how each stalked by, erect and proud, like a peacock spreading its brilliant plumage to the sun. That night, when the bright moon rose, lighting up the great silent court, until yesterday occupied by the terrible queen and her corrupt entourage, Omar and I sat together discussing the events of those fateful hours since midnight. We had eaten from the gold dishes in which the Naya's food had been served. We had quenched our thirst from the jewel-encrusted goblets that she was wont to raise to her thin blue lips. By Omar's side I thus tasted, for the first time, the pleasures of royalty. My old chum had sent away his attendants, the host of slaves with the 12 Dagombas who acted as the bodyguard on duty, and we sat alone together in the moonlight, the quiet broken only by the distant roll of a drum somewhere down in the city, and the cool plashing of the beautiful fountain as it fell softly into its crystal basin. Kona, Goliba, and Niaro were all away at their duties, and now for the first time for many hours we had a few minutes to talk together. "Do you know, Scars," Omar said, moving uneasily upon the royal divan that had been carried out into the court at his orders, while, tired out, I reclined upon another close to him, "do you know there is but one thing I regret, now that I have succeeded to the throne that was my birthright?" "Regret!" I exclaimed. "What regret can you have? Surely you were entirely right in acting as you did. The people were anxious for a just and upright ruler, and having regard to the fact that your mother plotted your assassination in so cold-blooded a manner, her overthrow is justly deserved." "Yes, yes, I know," he answered, rather impatiently. "But it is not that. Not that. One thing remains to complete my happiness. But alas!" and he sighed heavily without finishing his sentence. "Why do you speak so despondently?" I inquired, surprised. "As Naba of Mo, all things are possible." "Alas! not everything," he said, with an air of melancholy. "Well, tell me," I urged. "Why are you so downcast?" "I have lost Liola," he answered hoarsely. "Truth to tell, Scarsmere, I loved Goliba's daughter." "She is absolutely beautiful," I admitted. "No man can deny that she is handsome enough to share your royal throne." "Indeed she was," he said with emotion, his chin upon his breast. "Was!" I cried. "Why do you speak thus?" "Because she is dead," he answered huskily. "Ah, Scars, you don't know how fondly I loved her ever since the first moment we met. I loved her better than life, better than all this honour and pomp to which I have succeeded. Yet she has been taken from me, and my life in future will be devoid of that happiness I had contemplated. True, I am Naba of Mo, successor to the stool whereon a line of unconquered monarchs have sat throughout 1,000 years, yet all is an empty pleasure now that my well beloved is lost to me." "Have you obtained definite news of her death?" I asked sympathetically. "Yes. When we were captured in Goliba's house she too was seized by the soldiers. While held powerless I saw her struggling with her captors, for they had somehow obtained knowledge of the part she had played in our conspiracy against their queen. The Naya had, it appears, ordered her guards to bring us all before her, dead or alive. With valiant courage she resented the indignity of arrest, and as a consequence she was brutally killed by those who held her prisoner." "How have you ascertained this?" I asked, shocked at the news, for I myself had admired Liola's extraordinary beauty. "To day I have had before me the 3 survivors of the guards who captured us, and all relate the same story. They say that a young girl, taken prisoner with us, while being dragged up the roadway towards the palace, was in danger of being released by the people, and one of their comrades, remembering the Naya's orders that none of us were to escape in the mêlée, raised his sword and plunged it into her heart." "The brute!" I cried. "Is the murderer among the survivors?" "No. All 3 agree that the mob, witnessing his action, set upon him and literally tore him limb from limb." "A fate he certainly deserved," I said. "But has her body been recovered?" "A body has been found, and I have seen it. But the limbs are crushed, and her face is, alas! trampled out of all recognition, although the dress answers exactly to one that Goliba says his daughter possessed, and in which I myself saw her. There is, alas! no doubt of her fate. She has been brutally murdered, and at the instigation of the Naya, who sent forth her fiendish horde to kill us." "I knew from the manner you exchanged glances with Liola that you loved her," I said, after a pause, brief and painful. "Yes," he answered sadly. Surreptitiously I had breathed into her ear words of affection, and had been transported to a veritable paradise of delight by the discovery that she reciprocated my love. "But," he added harshly, "my brief, happy love dream is now ended. I must live and work only for my people. They must be to me both sweetheart and wife. I must act as my ancestors have done, indulging them and loving them." Never before, even in the moments when as fellow adventurers things looked blackest, have I seen him in so utterly dejected an attitude. The light had died from his face, and he had suddenly become burdened by a monarch's responsibilities. Prematurely aged by a bitter sorrow that had sapped all youthful gaiety from his buoyant heart. With heartfelt sympathy I endeavoured to console him, but all was unavailing. That he had loved her madly was only too apparent, and it seemed equally certain that she was dead, for shortly afterwards Goliba entered, and in a voice full of emotion told us how he had been able to identify the body, and that his tardy attendance upon his royal master was due to the fact that he had been superintending her burial. The old sage's words visibly increased Omar's burden of sorrow, for in the moonlight I saw a tear trickle down his pale cheek, glistening for an instant brighter than the jewels upon his robe. Liola had fallen victim to the inhuman brutality of the Naya's guards, and Mo had thus been deprived of a bewitchingly handsome queen. The denouement of this stirring story of a throne was indeed a tragic one. Goliba had lost his only daughter, the pride of his heart, and Omar, the woman he loved. The silence that followed was broken by a hasty footstep, and the tall dark figure of Kona approached. "A strange fact hath transpired, O Master," he cried breathlessly, addressing Omar. "Speak, tell me," the young Naba exclaimed, starting up. "Is it of Liola that thou bearest news?" "Alas, no. That she was murdered in the first moments of the conflict is only too certain," he answered. "The news I bring thee is amazing. While we were engaged in the struggle for thy throne, thine enemies, the people of Samory, entered the city and fought side by side with the military." "Samory's people here!" we all three cried, starting up. "They were, but they have departed no one knows whither. Their numbers were not great, but they sacked and burned several large buildings near the city gate, and fought desperately to join their allies the troops of Mo, but were at last prevented and driven back by the people in a fierce bloody conflict that actually occurred after thou wert enthroned." Then I remembered having noticed the smoke of the encounter, and how with others I had been puzzled. "But how could they enter our country, and unseen approach the city?" Omar exclaimed astounded. "I know not the intricacies of the approaches to Mo, save the perilous way of the Thousand Steps," Kona replied. "The force may have been the rear guard of the army that attacked Mo, and were defeated in the great chasm known as the Grave of Enemies. If they approached by that means, they must have followed closely in our footsteps, and through the treachery of spies been admitted to the city at a time when the alertness of the guards was diverted by the popular rising." "Were their losses great in the fight?" Goliba asked. "Terrible. Whole streets and market places in the vicinity of the entrance to the city were found strewn with their dead," the black giant answered. "Apparently the people discovered the identity of their enemies and took no prisoners. With the exception of about 200 survivors, all were killed." "And the survivors have escaped?" Omar observed thoughtfully. "Yes. Owing to the lax watch kept at the gate during those momentous hours, they were enabled to descend the steps to the plain and get clear away." "They must nevertheless be still in Mo. They must be found," Omar cried excitedly. "While they are among us our country will be in jeopardy, for they will act as spies. Samory hath set his mind upon conquering this our land. His plot must be frustrated. Already I have given orders for a search from the land's most northerly limits even to the grave of enemies, O Master," Kona answered. "All the men who could be spared from guarding the city I have dispatched on expeditions with orders to attack and destroy the fugitives." "They cannot have travelled far," the young ruler said. "They have only about 12 hours' start of your men." "To a man our troops are now loyal to thee," the newly created chief of the army answered. "They are alive to the fact that Samory's fighting men are their bitterest foes. Therefore, if the survivors of that intrepid force are within our boundaries, they will assuredly be overtaken and killed." "I would rather that they were captured and held as hostages," Omar said. "Enough blood hath been already shed to day." "The order to capture them is not sufficient incentive to thine army to rout them from their hiding place," Kona replied. "They have had the audacity to make a dash upon thy city and burn some of its most renowned and beautiful structures. Therefore, in their opinion, if not in thine, death alone would expiate their offence." "I would wish their lives to be spared," Omar repeated. "But the army is under thy control, and I leave the final annihilation of the band of freebooters unto thee. Hast thou obtained any tidings of the Naya's flight?" "None. My Dagombas have searched every nook and corner of this palace. Each prison dungeon hath been entered by detachments of soldiers, while enthusiastic parties have descended to the subterranean temple of Zomara, but found only the dwarf priests there. The Naya hath disappeared as completely as if Zomara had crushed her between his jaws." "Her disappearance is amazing," Omar observed. "Even her personal attendants, whom I have questioned, are ignorant of the direction she hath taken. They declare that she escaped within 10 minutes of the blowing up of the palace gate. The catastrophe alarmed her, and she saw in the fall of these defences the instability of her throne." "All is being done that can be done to secure her arrest," Kona said. "It is absolutely necessary that we should hold her captive, or, like the deposed Queen of the Nupe, she may stir up strife and form a plot to reascend the stool." "To thee, Kona, I look to guard me from mine enemies," my friend exclaimed. "We must elucidate the mystery of the sudden descent of this weak force of Samory's, the rapidity with which they struck their blow, and the means by which they have, within 12 hours, so completely eluded us." "News of them hath been flashed even unto the furthermost limits of thy kingdom, O great chief," Kona assured him. "No effort shall be spared by thy servant in executing thy commands. I go forth again, and sleep shall not close my eyes until the men of Samory have been overtaken." With these words he made deep obeisance to the newly enthroned sovereign, and lifting his long native spear, which he still retained, he swore vengeance most terrible upon the enemies of Mo, who had, with such consummate strategic skill, entered and attacked the city at the moment when it remained undefended. "There is some deep mystery underlying this, Scars," Omar said, when Kona had stalked away into the darkness, and Goliba had risen and crossed the moonlit court in response to a message delivered by a black slave. "I am scarcely surprised at Kona's failure to capture the Naya. Indeed, personally, I should only be too happy to know that she had got safely beyond the limits of Mo. But the sudden attack and rapid disappearance of this marauding band of Samory proves two things. First, that our country, long thought impregnable, may be invaded, and secondly that through Kouaga Samory is in possession of certain of our secrets." "What secrets?" I asked. "Secrets upon the preservation of which the welfare and safety of my country depend," he answered mysteriously. Then with a sudden air of dejection he added, "But there, what matters after all, now that Liola is dead and my life is desolate? At the very moment when the greatest honour has been bestowed upon me, and I am enthroned Naba, the saviour of my people, the greatest sorrow has also fallen upon me." After a moment's silence he started up in sudden desperation, crying: "Slave have I been to evil all the days of my life? I have toiled and earned nothing? I have sown in care and reaped not in merriment. I have poisoned the comfort of others, but no blessing hath fallen into mine own lap? Blasted are the paths whereon I trod. My past actions are ravenous vultures gnawing on my vitals, and the sharpened claws of malicious spirits await my arrival among the regions of the accursed." "Yes," I observed with a sigh, for the remembrance of that bright, beautiful face was to me likewise one of ineffable sadness. "Yes," I said, "Fate has indeed been unkind. What she has bestowed with one hand she has taken away with the other." Then we were silent. Above the cool plashing music of the fountain could be heard the distant roar of voices in great rejoicing, while upon the starlit sky was still reflected a red ominous glare from the fires raging in the city that no effort of man could subdue. At the gate leading outward to the next court stood two sentries with drawn swords gleaming in the moonbeams, mute and motionless like statues, while echoing along the colonnade was the measured tramp of the soldier as he paced before the entrance of the gilded hall of audience, the scene of so many stirring dramas in the nation's history. From the divan whereon I sat I could see the great emerald throne glittering green under a brilliant light, with its golden image of the sacred crocodile, and its banner bearing the hideous vampire bat, while around it were still grouped the officials of the household, the bodyguard of faithful Dagombas, the slaves ready with their great fans, and Gankoma the executioner, with his bright, double eyed Doka, all standing in patience, awaiting the coming of their royal master. The court of Mo was, I reflected, a strange admixture of European civilization and culture, with African superstition and barbarity. On the one hand the buildings were of marble or stone, magnificent in their proportions, with decorations in the highest style of Moorish art. The arms were of the latest pattern surreptitiously imported from England, and many of them faithfully copied by skilful, enlightened workmen. Electricity was known and used, and the tastes of the people showed a refinement almost equal to that of any European state. Yet in religion there prevailed the crudest and most ignorant forms of superstition, one of which was the horrible practice of burying alive all sick persons, while the custom of the executioner accompanying the reigning monarch everywhere, ready to obey the royal command, was distinctly a relic of savage barbarism. "A few moments ago you spoke of secrets that must be preserved," I said presently, turning to Omar. "Yes," he said slowly. "But my heart is too full of poignant grief to think of them. To night the secrets are mine alone. To morrow you shall be in possession of at least one of them. I have, however, much yet to do, I see, before I rest," he added, glancing over his shoulder into the brilliant hall where stood the empty throne. Then, rising wearily, he sighed for Goliba's dead daughter, and weighted down by his rich robes, slowly strode across to the arched entrance from which the light streamed forth, and as he set foot upon its threshold every proud head bowed to earth in deep abject obeisance. Chapter 29. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 30 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 30. Treasure and Treason. At Omar's request, a few days later, I accompanied him alone through a private exit of the palace, and ere long we found ourselves unnoticed beyond the ponderous city walls, where two horses, held by a slave, were awaiting us. Mounting, we rode straight for the open country, and not knowing whither we were going or what were my companion's intentions, we soon left the great city far behind. For fully 3 hours we pressed forward, my companion avoiding any answer to my questions as to our goal, until about noon we came to a rising mount in the midst of a beautiful country with palms and scattered orange groves. The scene was a veritable paradise. Beautiful fruits peeped from between the foliage, and every coloured, every scented flower in agreeable variety intermingled with the grass. Roses and woodbines, very much like those in England, appeared in beauteous contention, while beneath great trees were rich flocks of birds of various feather. At the foot of the hill ran a clear transparent stream, which gently washed the margin of the green whereon we stood. On the other side a grove of myrtles, intermixed with roses and flowering shrubs, led into shady mazes, in the midst of which appeared the glittering tops of elegant pavilions, some of which stood on the brink of the river, others had wide avenues leading through the groves, and others were almost hidden from sight by intervening woods. All were calculated to give the ideas of pleasure rather than magnificence, and had more ease than labour conspicuous. "Beautiful!" I cried, gazing entranced upon the scene. "Yes, from the moment we left the city, and passed through the ancient gateway that you admired, we have been riding in my private domain. Here, as far as the eye can reach, all is mine, the garden of the Sanoms. But let us hasten forward. It was not to show you picturesque landscapes that I brought you hither. We have much to do ere we return." Skirting the stream, where flocks and shepherds stood gazing at their own images, and others drinking of the transparent waters, we found the river, growing wider, opened into a spacious lake which was half surrounded by a rising hill. From the lake, higher than the river, ran a glittering cascade, and over the pendant rocks fell luxuriant vines and creeping plants. At the opposite extremity of the lake, which by its pure waters exposed the bright yellow pebbles on which it wantoned, two streams ran towards the right and left of the hill and lost themselves amidst the groves, pasture and hillocks of the adjacent country. The prospects around us were beautiful and enchanting. Lofty trees threw a delightful welcome shade, and the hillside seemed covered with flowering shrubs, which grew irregularly except where a torrent from the summit, now dry, had during ages worn out a deep hollow bed for its rapid passage and descent. There were no roads or beaten paths in this secluded portion of the royal domain, neither could there be seen any traces of habitation. "Deep in yonder lake," said Omar, drawing up his horse suddenly and swinging himself from his saddle near the spot where the waters, springing from beneath some green moss grown rocks, fell with gentle music into the river. "Deep in yonder lake there lies a hidden mystery." "A mystery!" I cried. "What is it?" "Have patience, and I will reveal to you a secret known only to myself and to the Naya. The secret that I told you must be preserved." "But you say it is buried beneath these waters!" I exclaimed, puzzled. "How will you reveal it?" "Watch closely, so that if occasion arises you will remember how to exactly imitate my movements," he answered, and when we had tethered our horses he led me away from the edge of the lake, up the hillside some distance, to where a number of points of moss grown rock cropped up out of the turf. After searching among them for some minutes, he suddenly stopped before one that rose from the ground about 3 feet, and was perhaps 10 yards in circumference, examining it carefully, at last giving vent to an ejaculation of satisfaction. "You see this rock, Scars?" he cried. "Does anything about it appear to you remarkable?" I bent, and feeling it with both my hands, carefully examined its side, top and base. "No," I answered, laughing. "As far as I can detect, it is the same as the others." "You would never guess anything hidden there?" he asked, smiling. "No." "Well, watch and I'll show you." And with these words the Naba of Mo approached the rock at a point immediately facing me, and placing his hands upon the side, about 2 feet from the ground, drew out bodily a portion of its lichen coloured face about 18 inches square, that had been so deftly hewn that when in its place none could detect it had ever been removed. Peering into the cavity thus disclosed I saw, to my surprise, what appeared to be a small iron lever, thickly rusted, descending into some cog wheeled mechanism of a very complicated character. "Now watch the lake while I reveal to you its mystery," my companion said, placing his hands upon the lever. With a harsh, grating noise it fell back beneath the weight he threw upon it, and the harsh jarring of cog wheels revolving sounded for a few moments beneath our feet. Then, as he set the mechanism in motion, my gaze was fixed upon the lake, and I stood aghast in wonderment. As the lever was drawn, and the rusty cogs ran into one another, the whole mass of rock damming the lake above the small cascade where it fell into the river, gradually rose, like a great sluice gate, allowing the waters to escape and empty themselves, roaring and tumbling, into the winding river beside which we had journeyed. It was an amazing transformation, as imposing as it was unexpected. A few seconds before, the river, shallow and peaceful, fed by its tiny cascade, rippled away over its pebbly bed. Now, however, with the great volume of water from the lake, it rose so rapidly that the swirling, boiling current overflowed its banks, sweeping everything before it. Nor was this the only result of pressing the lever, for at the opposite end of the lake a similar outlet opened, and as I looked I saw the water falling with a rapidity that was astounding. Hydraulic power was evidently known to these strange semi civilized people, yet the actual means by which the lake was so rapidly emptied I was unable to discover, all the machinery being hidden away in some subterranean chamber. "By what cunning device is this accomplished?" I inquired of Omar, who stood regarding the disappearing flood with satisfaction. "This mechanism was invented ages ago by one of my ancestors," he answered. "Its exact date no man can tell. But here water is given mastery over itself, and so careful was its constructor to preserve the secret of its existence, that the slaves and workmen, all criminals, were kept close prisoners during the whole time they were at work, and on its completion they were all, without a single exception, killed in order that none should know the secret save the reigning Naba and his heir." "They were murdered, then?" "They were all criminals, who for various serious crimes had been condemned to death. It is said they numbered over 200," Omar answered. But even as he had been speaking, the water of the lake had so drained away that its clean stony bottom was now revealed, the pebbles being exposed in large patches here and there, while the deeper pools remaining were alive with water snakes and fish of all kinds. There seemed but little mud, yet in the very centre of the great basin was a patch of pebbles and rock higher than the remainder, standing like a small island that, before the lever had been touched, had been submerged. Leading the way, Omar descended to the edge of the lake, skirted it for some little distance, until he came to a long row of flat stones placed together, forming stepping stones to the miniature island. "Come," he said, "follow me," and starting off we were soon crossing the bed of the lake, being compelled to advance cautiously owing to the slippery nature of the weeds and water plants that overgrew the stones. On gaining the island, however, a fresh surprise awaited me, for Omar, halting amid the mud in the centre, exclaimed: "Watch carefully, Scars. You may some day desire to act as I am acting, but always remember that here any undue hurry means inevitable death." "Death? What do you mean?" "Wait and you shall see," he replied, as stooping suddenly he turned up the sleeves of his royal robe, and groping with his hand in the mud, at last discovered an iron ring, green with slime, which, grasping with both hands, he slowly twisted many times. A hissing sound was emitted, as if the action of untwisting the ring relieved some heavy pressure, admitting air to a chamber that had been hermetically sealed. This surmise was, I afterwards learned, correct. The unscrewing of this ring caused the sides of a plate embedded in the mud to contract, and air, so long excluded, entered the mysterious place below. In a few moments, having paused to wipe the perspiration from his brow, Omar, again grasping the slippery ring, gave it a sudden jerk, and by that means lifted the covering from a circular hole, descending into an impenetrable darkness, but bricked round like a cottage well in England, and having projecting pieces of iron forming steps. "Now," exclaimed Omar, as together we peered into the mysterious opening, "to descend at once would mean certain death." "How? Is the air below foul?" "Not at all. The ingenuity of my ancestor who constructed this place made arrangements to avoid all that. The danger arises from a contrivance he devised by which any person attempting to explore it, and being unaware of the means to guard against death, must be inevitably swept into eternity. Now, in order to give you an illustration of this danger, I will show you the result of any adventurous person stepping down." Taking from the mud a long iron bar, which he observed incidentally was kept there for the purpose of guarding against death, he reached down the shaft, and placing the end of the bar upon the third step, threw his whole weight upon it, saying: "We will suppose you have descended until your feet stand upon this step. Now watch." As the weight fell upon the step, it gave way so slightly as to be almost imperceptible, but suddenly from hidden cavities around the well-like shaft there came 6 rings of long, sharp, steel spikes, set inwards, 3 above and 3 below, which, contracting as they came forward, met and interlaced. In an instant I recognized what terrible fate would be the lot of any adventurer who dared to enter that dark shaft. The action of stepping upon that fatal projecting iron released hydraulic pressure of irresistible power, and the unfortunate one, unable to ascend or descend by reason of the danger being above and below, must be impaled by 100 cruel spikes, sharp and double edged like spears, while the bands whereon they were set must crush his bones to pulp. I looked at this terrible device for producing an agonizing death and shuddered. The precautions taken to prevent anyone entering the place were the most elaborate and ingenious I had ever seen. Even if any person learnt the secret of draining the lake, the shaft leading to the mysterious subterranean place was unapproachable by reason of this extraordinary mechanical device. During 5 minutes the spikes remained interlaced, then automatically they disengaged themselves and slowly fell back into the cavity running round the brickwork, wherein they remained concealed. Thrice again did Omar repeat this action of pressing the bar upon the step, each time with an exactly similar result, chatting to me the while. Then, when for the 3rd time the spikes had fallen back into their places, he said: "Now, the secret to avoid this and lock the mechanism is to turn back this little lever and place it in this latch, so. This cannot, however, be done unless the step has been pressed 3 times." And bending over he showed me another tiny lever thickly encrusted with rust, secreted behind a movable brick in the first tier below the lake's bottom. This he placed in position, securing it in a niche so that it became immovable. "Now," he said, "we may descend without fear," and with these words knelt down, and after lighting a torch he had brought with him, commenced the descent into the cavernous gloom. I quickly followed, my feet resting for a brief instant upon that fatal iron projection, but no spikes came forward, for the terrible mechanism was now locked. Deep down into this circular shaft we went, the smoke and sparks from Omar's torch ever ascending into my face as I lowered myself from rung to rung, until at last, at considerable depth, we found ourselves in a kind of natural cavern. The place seemed damp and full of bad odours, to which submitting with patience we by a long passage, sometimes crawling under rugged arches, sometimes wading in mud and dirt, attained the end of the cavern, where we stumbled on some narrow steps. But the torch shed little light, and we became nearly suffocated by the noisome vapours. "I thought you said the air was fresh here," I exclaimed good humouredly to my companion. "So I did," he answered. "I cannot make out why it has become so foul. The air holes must have become accidentally stopped up." The widening ascent was so intricate and clogged with dirt and rubbish that we worked like moles in the dark. Nevertheless, by diligent industry we gained ground considerably, yet as we endeavoured to mount, the slimy steps slipped from under us, and ever and anon we would come tumbling down with a weight of dirt upon us. After various labours, however, we suddenly entered a great cavern, quite dry. From its roof hung great stalactites that glittered and sparkled in the torch's uncertain light, while around the rough walls of this natural chamber were heaped in profusion great heavy chests of iron and adamant. With the torch held high above his head, Omar rushed across to the pile and bending, examined one chest after the other. Then, raising himself as the truth suddenly dawned upon him, he cried in a hoarse, excited voice: "By the power of Zomara, we have been tricked!" "Tricked? How?" I gasped in alarm. "Cannot you see?" he wailed. "This, the treasure house of the Sanoms, has been entered and its contents, worth a fabulous sum, have been extracted. See! Each trunk has been forced by explosives." I gazed eagerly where he directed, and saw that the trunks of iron and stone had been blown open by gunpowder, for on each remained a blackened patch, showing plainly the means used to force the strong chests wherein reposed the magnificent jewels, the vessels of gold, and the historic gem encrusted and invulnerable armour of the Nabas of Mo. "Then this is the place the secret of which the villainous old Arab, Samory, endeavoured to wrench from you by torture!" I exclaimed, gazing round the grim, weird cavern. "Yes," he explained. "This is the treasure house of my ancestors. Since the days of King Karmos each Naba or Naya has added to the great store of treasure amassed for the purpose of the emancipation of our country in the day of need. Only the reigning monarch and the heir have in any generation ever known the secret of how the treasure house can be approached, the secret I have to day revealed to you as keeper of the treasure." "But if you alone knew the secret, who could have ransacked the place?" I asked. "The chests seem to have been recently opened." "True," he answered, and pointing to a heap of bejewelled swords, breastplates and helmets, that had apparently been hastily cast aside as the least valuable of the great treasure, he added: "All the most historic and beautiful jewels have been taken, and the gold vessels and things of minor value left. See! It is plain that the theft was accomplished in all haste, for there was scarce time to sort the gems that are unique from those rivalled by others." "It certainly looks as if the jewels were secured in feverish haste," I said, at the same time picking up from the uneven floor a bronze oil lamp lying overturned and discarded. Together we set about making a systematic examination of the various chests, numbering nearly 100. Those fashioned from single stones were of great age, looking like coffins, while those of iron were ponderous caskets bound with huge bands, studded and double locked, with great antique hinges of marvellous workmanship. With perhaps half a dozen exceptions, the lid of each had yielded to the charge of explosive placed beneath it, while in many cases the whole side of the casket had been blown completely out, injuring or destroying some of its valuable contents. Jewellery and gems, set and unset, had been strewn about and trodden into the dust by hurrying feet, and a few that I recognized at once as of fabulous value had been overlooked. Stooping, I picked up from the dirt a marvellously cut ruby, almost the size of a pigeon's egg. But the majority of the treasure chest had been emptied. The place had been visited, and the vast wealth of a nation stolen. "For the first time in the long glorious history of my land has the treasure house been entered by thieves," Omar said, as if to himself. "No mere adventurer can have been here. This great robbery is the result of some base conspiracy. The treasure of the Sanoms, renowned through the whole world as the most wondrous collection of magnificent and unsurpassable gems, has been cleared out and the entrance reclosed in a manner little short of marvellous. To day is indeed a sad one for Mo, and for me. My inheritance has been taken from me." "By whom?" I inquired, continuing my way, examining one of the few chests that had apparently not been tampered with. But as in the gloom I hastened from one casket to another, my foot suddenly struck against some object, causing me to lose my balance, and thus tripped, were it not for the fact that I clutched at the corner of the great chest I should have fallen upon my face. Bending to examine what it was, I was amazed to discover that the body of a male slave, still dressed in the uniform of the servants of the palace, but rapidly decomposing. It was the faint sickening odour emitted from the corpse that had greeted our nostrils when we entered the place. We both bent and looked at him, astounded at discovering, still embedded in his back, a long keen knife. He had been struck down from behind and murdered, while in the act of securing some of the treasure, for his brown withered fingers still grasped a beautiful necklet of magnificent pearls, an ornament worth several thousand English pounds. "That is one of the Naya's personal attendants," observed Omar, recognizing the dress but unable to distinguish the features of the murdered man, so decomposed were they. "He perhaps participated in the plot, and to secure his silence, or his portion of the booty, his fellow conspirators struck him to earth." "But to whom is due the chief responsibility in this affair?" I asked. "Surely you have some suspicion." "I know not," he answered. "Besides myself, only the Naya knew the secret means by which the treasure might be reached." "Then in all probability she secured it before her flight!" I cried. "That may be the truth," he answered, in a tone of suppressed agitation. "Immediately she obtained knowledge through her spies of my intention to disobey her, she may have secured the most valuable of the jewels, and had them packed ready to take them with her if compelled to flee. Yet somehow I cannot believe she has done this, for their removal must have attracted attention. No, I believe we shall have to look in another quarter for the thief." Then, bending again to examine the hilt of the knife embedded in the body of the unfortunate slave, he added, "That poignard was hers. She carried it always in her girdle, and it seems, after all, as though this man were her confidant and assistant, and that here alone she closed his lips by murdering him. Yet to her life was more valuable than the treasure, and I cannot believe that she risked detection and capture in order to secure what she might afterwards obtain by the assistance of hirelings." "A dark tragedy has certainly been enacted," I said, glancing around the gruesome place with its gloomy corners and crevices where the blackness was impenetrable. "The theft has been accompanied by a secret assassination at some coward's hand." "Yes," he exclaimed, standing with folded arms and chin sunk upon his breast. "The great treasure belonging not only to our family but to our nation has been stolen, and I swear by Zomara's power that I will seek out the thief and recover it. I am Naba, and it is my duty to my people to restore their wealth to its hiding place. Each successive ruler has enriched his country by making additions to the store of jewels, and it shall never be recorded that on finding the most valuable of our possessions stolen, I made no effort to trace and recover them. True, they have been abstracted in a manner almost miraculous for ingenuity and rapidity, but from this moment I will not rest until they are recovered. And you, Scarsmere, as keeper of the treasure house, shall assist me." "I am ready," I answered, excited at the prospect of this new task before us. "We will spare no effort to seek the thief and recover the treasure of the Sanoms. It is, as you declare, a duty, and I am ready and anxious to commence the search." Chapter
31 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 31. A Spy's Startling Story. We remained fully 2 hours in the noisome treasure chamber of the Sanoms, the early history of which was lost in the midst of legendary lore. Then, after careful and minute examination of the rifled chest, worked our way to the base of the shaft, and, having ascended, let down the tiny concealed lever, thereby allowing the pressure to increase and place in position the ingenious contrivance for causing death to the venturesome. Replacing the iron plate that closed the mouth of the well-like aperture, we screwed it down, and rendering it watertight, and crossing the stones, regained the bank of the lake. Then, having turned back the lever, the flood-gates slowly closed down again, and ere we mounted our horses to ride back to the city, the waters, fed by the many torrents, had already risen sufficiently to hide the slime-covered entrance to the secret chamber. One of the greatest thefts in the world's history had been committed, and the question that puzzled us was the identity of the thief. Our first suspicions had fallen upon the Naya, but calmly discussing the question as we rode back, we both became convinced that so critical was the deposed ruler's position, that she would never have undertaken all the risks in removing the treasure. She knew she was in deadly peril of her life, and that every moment lost was of vital importance. Therefore it was hardly probable that she would have delayed her departure to secure the wealth of her ancestors. Omar argued that if compelled to fly, she might have afterwards entrusted the secret of the treasure house to spies, who could have returned and secured the jewels. That she had not done this was certain, for the time that had elapsed since her flight was insufficient. I suggested that the detachment of Samory's men who had entered the city during the revolt might have had knowledge of the secret and secured the treasure, but Omar pointed out that none in Samory's camp could have been aware of the means by which the place could be entered, Kouaga himself being in ignorance. "Then the thief was the Naya herself," I said decisively. "No. After all, I am not actually positive that such is the case," he answered. "There are facts connected with the affair, trivial in themselves, that lead me to believe otherwise." "What are they?" "One is that the wonderful ruby necklet,
an ornament of matchless gems that belonged to King Karmos, and is one of the talismans of the Sanoms, has been left. I found it flung aside and discarded. Had the Naya committed the theft, she would have secured this first of all, because of our family tradition that no reigning Sanam can live longer than 3 moons without it is in his or her possession. But you retain it, I said. You at least are safe. Yes, he replied thoughtfully. Yet if the Naya had intended to secure the treasure for herself, she would most certainly have taken this first of all. It is one of the most historic and valuable ornaments of the royal jewels of Mo, besides being one in which most superstition is centred. In her flight she would entertain the bitterest ill feeling towards me and desire my rule to be brief. Therefore she must have stolen the necklet. She would have secured that, if nothing else. I was compelled to agree with this view, especially as he added that one of the most firm beliefs of the Sanoms had ever been that Zomara would seek vengeance most terrible upon any who removed the treasure from its chest without the sanction of the people. No, it seemed evident that some third person had been in possession of the secret. Who, we knew not, but were determined to discover. On returning to the palace I stood as usual beside the Emerald Throne while its occupant gave audience to those who came to make obeisance and offer congratulations. The court of the Naba Omar was even more brilliant than that of his mother had been, and at evening under the bright lights was indeed a glittering assembly, where the gems worn by officials and courtiers almost dazzled one's eyes by their profuseness. Days passed, bright, peaceful days succeeding the brief period of feverish excitement and deadly hatred. Mo had become herself again. Her people assured that an era of liberty and prosperity had recommenced, her ruler leaving no effort unspared to act in the best interests of his beloved nation. By day the great sunny courts of the palace, with the bright flowers and fruit-laden vines, rang with the tramp of armed men and tall stately officials. By night the sounds of revelry, music, and dancing awakened the echoes of the great moonlit colonnades, and was wafted on the sweet-scented air afar beyond the grim, frowning outer walls. Yet the burden of kingship seemed to press heavily upon the young Naba. Though wearing no diadem, his brow soon became furrowed, as if by its weight, and his air was one of constant preoccupation. His change of manner puzzled me. His mind appeared overshadowed by some gloomy foreboding, the nature of which I could by no amount of cautious questioning elicit. During each day he attended assiduously, without relaxation, to affairs of state, and when night drew on and the inmates of the great luxurious palace, a veritable city within a city, gave themselves up to reckless enjoyment, he was seldom present, for he would withdraw to one of his small private apartments, and there sit pretending to read, but in reality brooding in silence. One poignant sorrow had transformed him from a bright, happy youth to a man sad-eyed, dull, morose. Sometimes as I watched, I noticed how he would suddenly sigh heavily, and set his teeth as a bitter, relentless expression would flit for an instant across his countenance, and I knew that at such moments there entered into his heart the contemplation of a fierce and terrible revenge. Even to me, his constant companion, whose opinion he sought almost hourly, he made no mention of his heart's sorrow, yet from close observation through many days I knew the cause of his overwhelming grief was the loss of Liola. He never mentioned her, for the day after we had ascertained the truth about her tragic end he had taken me aside and asked me never to allow her name to pass my lips in his presence. "Memories are painful, you know, Scars," he had said. "I must try and forget, try and live down my sorrow if I can, although I fear I shall carry it with me to the grave." These words I often remembered when, alone with him, I watched the look of ineffable sadness upon his face. In the hall of audience, the centre of his brilliant court, his face was always pleasant, smiling and full of good nature, as it had ever been, but at last it was only a mask, for alone, in the privacy of his chamber, he cast it aside and gave himself up to debauches of melancholy painful to behold. Thus weeks lengthened into months. He had wished me to keep from the people the great loss sustained by the robbery from the Treasure house, believing that in the circumstances silence was best, and I had not breathed a word to a soul, not even to Kona or Goliba. The city had resumed its old look of prosperity, its markets were crowded daily, and its populace were content in the knowledge that under the reform regime they were free. Although once every week Omar with his court descended to the temple of Zomara, and there adored the Crocodile god, human sacrifices had been discontinued, and the worship of the giant idol was devoid of those revolting practices introduced by the Naya. Of the latter no tidings had been gleaned, although every effort had been made to trace her. She had disappeared. Of the treasure of the Sanoms, too, nothing had been heard. How it had been conveyed out of Mo remained an inscrutable mystery. I confess to being astonished that Omar seldom, if ever, spoke of either of these matters, which had at first so seriously agitated him. Whether he had relinquished all thought of recovering the jewels collected by his ancestors, or whether he was endeavouring to formulate some plan of action, I knew not, yet his unwillingness to speak of them was, to say the least, noteworthy. "Niaro has to-day returned from the Gate of Mo," I observed one evening when we were sitting alone together in one of the smaller courts, the night air stirred by the distant sound of stringed instruments and the thumping of Moorish tam-tams. "He has sent messengers by the way of the Thousand Steps far into the lands beyond, but no word have they been able to gather regarding the Naya." "She has escaped the mad vengeance of our people, who would have killed her," he said calmly. "For that I am thankful." "You seem to have no desire that she should be captured," I said. "None. She has escaped. After all, it is best." "But the treasure," I said, dropping my voice so that no eavesdropper might overhear. "Its hiding place, like the thief, is still unknown." "Yes," he answered. "Unknown at present, but ere long some discovery must be made. When it is, I anticipate it will be a startling one." Our conversation was interrupted at that moment by the approach of a slave, who, bowing low until his brow touched our carpet, said: "One of thy servants, O Master, desireth to have speech with thee. He hath sped from afar upon the wings of haste, and beareth tidings." "Of what?" cried Omar, starting up. "I know not, O Master. The name of thy servant who awaiteth audience with thee is Makhana, who cometh from beyond the great black water." "Makhana!" we both cried, and Omar ordered that he should be admitted immediately and without ceremony. Then, turning to me, he explained that on ascending the throne he had sent a message to Makhana in London, ordering him to return at once. A moment later the secret agent of Mo, a tall, sparse figure, attired in shabby European clothes, entered, and, snapping fingers with his master, greeted and congratulated him. Then, casting himself upon the mat near us, he began to tell us what had occurred after our flight from Eastbourne, and relate the latest news from the civilized land we had left so many months before. I also told him how we had been enticed away by Kouaga, and the order of the Naya for Omar's assassination. "Much has happened since I returned," Omar observed, when I had concluded. "As you have no doubt already heard, my mother has been deposed, and I have been enthroned in her stead." "Yes," the secret agent answered. "I have already heard all this, and although I wish you every peace and prosperity, I have, I regret, to make a startling announcement." "What is it?" gasped Omar, with wide open eyes. "Our enemy Samory is upon us." "Samory!" we both cried. "Yes. Not much longer than a moon past I was crossing the mountains of Niene, near the confines of his country, on my way hither from the sea, and learnt the truth. 2 moons ago, accompanied by 20,000 armed men, Kouaga marched out of Koussan to obtain savage allies for an expedition having for its object the conquest of Mo." "The conquest of our country!" Omar cried astounded. "Only a week before we returned hither one of his expedition was utterly routed and slaughtered in the grave of enemies. Now another has been dispatched. What route has it taken?" On learning the news I at once reassumed native dress, crossed into our enemy's country, and acted as spy, Makhana answered, his fierce looking eyes glistening in the moonlight. In Koussan I ascertained that the expedition, led by Kouaga, the man who was once our Grand Vizier, had gone northward one moon's journey towards the Niger, his intention being to skirt the country of the Aribanda, and to enter our territory from the north by crossing the Hombori Mountains. "You have done well to ascertain this and hasten on," Omar answered. "But there is only one pass by which the Hombori can be crossed. That is known to Kouaga, for 3 years ago he led our army through it to a successful conquest of the border tribes of the Massina. He is now a formidable enemy, for he knows all the secret approaches and the whereabouts of our hidden defences." "We must dispatch an army at once to meet them," Omar said, after a thoughtful pause. "No time should be lost," Makhana urged. "Already they are due at the Hombori, and it will occupy our expedition fully 2 weeks to reach there. Yet Samory's hordes may be delayed, and if so we shall be able to hold the pass successfully and sweep them down as they advance. I have brought with me from England the 10 additional Maxims ordered by the Naya." "Excellent. Let them be given into Kona's charge," Omar explaining briefly that the Dagomba head man was now in command of the troops, and then turning to the slave who stood in waiting he ordered that Kona should be fetched immediately, and that the council and principal officers should be at once summoned. In a few minutes we saw upon the clear night sky long beams of light, and knew that signals were being flashed from Mo to the furthermost limits of the kingdom, summoning the officers from their various posts to a council of war. 20,000 men, with a similar number of savage allies, under a leader who was well acquainted with all the intricacies of the secret way, were advancing upon Mo, and the faces of the officers and members of the council became grave when, on arrival at the palace, they heard the astounding news. That Mo was threatened by a serious calamity was recognized by everyone. The news spread through the city quickly, and throughout the night the streets were agog. Only by swift, vigorous defence, by pushing a great force forward night and day to the point of attack, could a catastrophe be averted. This was the unanimous opinion of the Naba's advisers, and ere the sun rose the first detachment of the defending army was already on its way to meet the Arab invaders. Kouaga evidently meant making a sudden descent upon the mysterious country, and if his force once accomplished the passage through the mountain pass, they would then no doubt make a rapid dash towards the capital itself, and would approach it at its only vulnerable point. If this occurred, then the slaughter must be terrible and the catastrophe complete. Chapter 31. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 32 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 32. War. 12 days later I found myself accompanying Kona, who, at the head of a great force of over 18,000 men, was crossing the treacherous quicksands by the way of the Thousand Steps. The critical position of Mo had been fully discussed by Omar, his officers and sages, and it had been decided to send, in addition to the force of 20,000 men to the Hombori Mountains on the northern frontier, a second expedition to travel with all swiftness across the sandy plain, and make a dash upon Samory's stronghold at Koussan in the absence of its picked troops. Within 2 days after Makhana had brought news of the coming invasion, the whole of the 20,000 men, with Omar himself at their head, had marched out of the capital on their way to defend the pass. I had expressed the wish to accompany them, but my friend had requested me to go with the expedition to Samory's capital, because, having been there in captivity, I could act as guide. To this I made no objection, and, bidding farewell to Omar, Goliba and Niaro at the city gate, I had watched them ride away at the head of a brilliant cavalcade, and the same evening at sundown descended the face of the cliff by the long flight of steps, and jumping into the saddle of a horse held ready for me, rode with all haste to catch up Kona who, as leader of our expedition, had already started for the gigantic precipice known as the Gate of Mo. To Niaro, an excellent officer, the leadership of the defending force had been entrusted, as he had already had experience of fighting in the Hombori country, having been second in command of Kouaga's expedition when he conquered the tribes of Massina, while Kona, who had with him his valiant Dagambas, had orders to enroll another 1,000 men of that tribe when passing through their territory prior to our dash upon Samory's country. The passage to the desert by the way of the Thousand Steps was a brilliant feat, for of our great force not a single life was lost, and so rapidly did we travel that within 2 weeks of the day we left the palace, our Dagambas, who preferred their native spears and arrows to firearms, were enrolled and we were well on our way to the Great Salt Road, a mere native path notwithstanding its imposing designation, towards Samory's great fortress city. Heedless of the noontime heat, we pushed forward over stony desert and green grassland, now plunging into those gloomy dismal forests of eternal darkness where the stench of decaying vegetation sickened us, only to emerge again into the open plain devoid of shade, scorched by the pitiless rays of the fiery sun. Snatching brief rests, and pushing for ever onward our great host of armed men and carriers, with the vigilant Kona at their head, pressed forward, entering at last the land of our enemies. The Dagomba scouts, travelling before us, splendid fellows, all eyes and ears, who could detect the slightest indication of an enemy's presence far or near, whether it were the broken twig at one's feet, or the sudden rising of a bird in the distance, kept us well informed of all transpiring on every side. For 100 miles we marched through the Arab chieftain's land without any of its inhabitants dreaming of the presence of a hostile force, and it was only by our sudden descent one night upon the small walled town of Torola, which we sacked and burned, that they were awakened to the truth. But ere the news could spread to Koussan, about 40 English miles distant, we, by a forced march, had already reached the capital. Making a dash upon the place by night, with our Maxim and Hotchkiss guns, the garrison were completely taken by surprise. Nevertheless, so well were its high white walls defended, that our forces were driven back with severe loss. Undaunted, however, Kona, who placed himself at the head of our Dagomba allies, backed by the well-armed soldiers of Mo, made a second assault upon a point that had been indicated by our spies as weaker than the others. The fighting was desperate, and the sight, viewed from where I was standing with the reinforcements, was one of exceeding grandeur. Night was rendered almost bright as day by the constant flashing of guns, and the noise of the tumult ever increasing sounded high above the constant roar of artillery. Suddenly, as I gazed across the plain to where the sharp conflict was proceeding, a brilliant blue flash blinded me, and an instant later a deafening explosion caused the ground to tremble, while the red light of the guns gleamed through the increasing veil of smoke, and I saw that our men had successfully placed a mine beneath that portion of the fortifications near where they were fighting, and it had been fired, effecting a great breach through which they next moment poured, engaging the defenders hand to hand. Soon afterwards a signal light flashed thrice as had been agreed, and 6,000 men, including myself, sped over the plain to reinforce our comrades. Soon, clambering over the fallen masonry where the enormous breach had been made, I found myself with my sword, the one I had used in the conquest of Mo, hacking right and left, endowed with a strength that only came to me in moments of intense excitement. The dash we made was indeed a brilliant one. The Arab defenders were, we found, fully equal to us in numbers and were withal magnificent soldiers, for in the broad squares of the city their cavalry, with their white flowing robes and heavy curved swords, committed frightful havoc in our ranks. Yet in such numbers had we clambered into the great chieftain's stronghold that they became gradually hampered in the streets, and, unable to manoeuvre, were compelled to dismount and engage us in combat. The fight proved an even more desperate and bloody one than that which resulted in the dethronement of the Naya. So equally matched were the forces that the struggle raged with frightful ferocity, each side determined to secure the victory. In the old Moorish-looking streets, so narrow that 2 asses could scarce pass abreast, there were encounters more desperate than any I had ever witnessed, for the soldiers of the Samory and the fighting men of Mo, the 2 most fierce and valiant forces in the whole of the African continent, were pitted against each other. Cutting our way forward, I found myself at last beneath the high whitewashed wall of the great Jama Telatha Biban, or Mosque of the Three Gates, one of the most ancient in the city. I recognized it by its fine dome standing out white against the flame illumined sky, and remembered that when a captive in the hands of the brutal Arab ruler, Omar had translated to me the fine Kufic inscription on its handsome façade, recording its construction by Mohammed ibn Kira el-Mafiri in the second century of the Hejra. For a moment I paused under its handsome entrance of black and white marble, when suddenly Kona rushed towards me, crying: "Quick, master, fly for thy life, here across the square." And as he tore away as fast as his long black legs would carry him, I followed wondering. Scarcely had we reached the opposite side of the great market place when a deafening roar sounded, and an instant later, as I turned, I saw the great dome crack, tremble and collapse, together with the high white minaret, with the whole of its façade fell out with a terrific crash in the opposite direction. Our men had blown up the principal mosque in Samory's capital, an action which increased tenfold the rage of our fierce fanatical enemies. With loud yells they fell upon us from every quarter, when, a few minutes later, they realized what had been done, and during the next hour the conflict became terrific. Hundreds were struck to earth by bullets and swords, and it appeared to me, striving as I was in the midst of the smoke and heat of battle, that the longer we fought the more numerous became the defenders, and the less our chance of success. Yet slowly we had succeeded in cutting our way from the city wall up the hill crowned by the great white Kasbah, or fortress, which constituted Samory's palace, and were now actually within sight of it. Fiercely exerting every muscle we fought to attain our goal, but so desperate was the defence that time after time our forward movement was prevented, and we were compelled to fall back bleeding and frustrated. In these valiant attempts to reach the walls of the Kasbah there fell, at a low estimate, fully 500 of that portion of the force to which I had attached myself. With reinforcements we might have flung back the defenders, yet separated as we had been into small bodies during the earlier manoeuvres, fighting was now taking place in every part of the city, no two bodies being able to unite their forces. To thus cut us off from another had, no doubt, been the tactics of the defenders, for we afterwards learnt that in many instances the smaller of our gallant little bands had been slaughtered literally to a man. At last, however, my worst fears began to be realized, for the defenders, receiving reinforcements, swooped suddenly down upon us, and with their swords and those sharp double-edged knives they carried in their belts, wrought frightful havoc among us everywhere, while upon us another body poured a terrible fire from their long-barrelled rifles. As a result of this, although we made a spirited stand, once again we were compelled to fall back in confusion, leaving many dead and dying upon the stones. Suddenly I heard Kona's well-known voice behind me uttering the fierce war yell of the Dagombas, and next instant we found to our satisfaction that a great body of his dark, oily-faced warriors had come to our relief. The reckless and savage manner in which they fought a few moments later was astounding, and it was certainly due to their courage and strength that the Arabs were first forced back and then cut to pieces and utterly routed. This, however, did not carry us much further towards the Kasbah, for when within an ace of gaining its walls, another body of Arabs swept across the great square with its clump of date palms, and with cries of rage attacked us vigorously with rifle and sword. The combat again became terrible, and in it I received from a big raw-boned Arab a severe sword cut over the left wrist that caused me excruciating pain. Still I fought on, although half fearing that our expedition was ill-fated. We had believed Samory's capital practically denuded of troops, and of such strenuous opposition as that offered we had never dreamed. But the assertion of the West Coast tribes that the soldiers of the mystic land of Mo not fear is certainly true, for never once did they falter, although the citadel seemed absolutely unassailable by reason of the fierceness and strength of its defence. Through the dark night hours we had fought on revengefully, and when dawn spread the grey glimmering light disclosed the terrible result of the deadly fray. Dead and wounded lay everywhere, and through the suffocating smoke the fire of the rifles now seemed yellow where in the darkness it had appeared blood red. By some means the Arabs rallied their forces, and I confess that the sight of the overwhelming numbers opposing us caused my courage to fail. Swiftly and unrelentlessly the attack upon us was delivered, and with such vigour that our van fell back, weak and decimated. Suddenly, without warning, a sound above the din broke upon our ears, startling to us. The rapid cackling was unmistakable, and involuntarily I burst into a good old-fashioned English cheer. One of our Maxims had been tardily brought into play. Ere a few moments had elapsed, the Arabs, having already had a taste of the terrible effect of the deadly weapon during the recent campaign against the French and English, stood panic-stricken. Their hesitation proved fatal. Under the hail of lead they were mowed down, and ere the remainder could recover from their astonishment, a second weapon was brought into play, riddling their ranks with showers of death-dealing missiles. Chapter 32. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 33 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 33. The Harem's Slave. A dozen times were we driven back by overwhelming numbers of Arabs, but as many times we dashed forward again, determined to strike a fatal, irresistible blow at the power of the egotistical and fanatical chieftain whose depredations had earned for him the appellation of the Pirate of the Niger. Every nation in Western Africa, save the dwellers in the mystic land of Mo, existed in daily fear of raids by his ruthless armed bands, who, travelling rapidly across desert and forest, devastated whole regions, seizing cattle, laying waste prosperous and fertile districts, burning towns and villages, and reducing their weaker neighbours to slavery. Indeed, no bodies of armed men throughout the whole of the great African continent, including even the Tuaregs, were so reckless in their attacks and so fiendish in their wholesale butchery of those who resented the ruin and devastation of their homes. It was therefore scarcely surprising that this brigandish horde, whose power even European nations failed to break, should throw themselves into the conflict with reckless enthusiasm, and repel our attack by the exertion of every muscle. In point of numbers we were much inferior. Our superiority existed only in our arms. Their old-fashioned bronze field pieces, flint-lock pistols, and long-barrelled Arab guns, although deadly weapons in the hands of such expert shots, proved no match against such irresistible appliances as the Maxim, the Hotchkiss, or the modern English-made rifle. This fact very soon became apparent, for although the fierce battle raged for many hours, and Samory himself, in yellow robe, and mounted upon a snow-white stallion gorgeously caparisoned, could be seen urging on his hordes to valiant deeds, we nevertheless everywhere made a firm stand at various points of vantage, and by no effort were they able to dislodge us. When the sun rose, red and fiery through the veil of smoke, the increasing weakness of the defence was visibly demonstrated by the manner in which the entrance to the Kasbah was guarded. The great doors of iron were closed and barred securely, and on the walls the crimson fezes of the defenders showed in profusion, but presently Kona, as we drove back the soldiers of Al Islam almost for the 100th time, shouted the order to storm the citadel. With one accord we made a mad, reckless rush an instant later, and carried on by the thousands of my comrades behind, I found myself slashing to right and left under the high, sun-blanched walls of the enormous fortress. Kona, appearing a giant even among his tall Dagombas, gave one the impression in those critical moments of a veritable demon, filled as he was with a mad excitement, and knowing that upon the success of our assault depended the result of the expedition. Towering above his fellows, his long spear in hand, he seemed to lead a charmed existence, swaying to and fro among whistling bullets, whizzing arrows, flashing swords, and whirring spears. His own weapon he dyed in the blood of his adversaries times without number, for where he struck he never failed to kill. His aim was unerring, and his courage that of a lion of his native forest. In those furious moments I escaped death only by a miracle. As I dashed forward to seek shelter beneath the ponderous wall, a tall Arab with long brown hairy arms swung his curved sword high above his head and brought it down with such force that had I not dodged him just in time he would have smashed my skull. Lowering my rifle quickly till its muzzle almost touched his flowing garments, I fired, but unfortunately the bullet passed beneath his armpit and flattened itself against the wall. Again muttering some fearful imprecation in Arabic, he raised his gleaming blade, and, unable to fire at such close quarters, I was then compelled to use my rifle to ward off his attack. For an instant we struggled desperately, when suddenly he gave his sword a rapid twist, jerking my weapon from my hands, and leaving me unarmed at his mercy. His features broadened into a brutal grin as, noticing me fumbling for my pistol, he again raised his razor-edged Moorish blade, and holding it at arm's length, gave one vicious slash at me. Pressed forward towards him by men engaged in mortal conflict behind me, I could not evade him, and was about to receive the full force of what my adversary intended should be a fatal blow, when suddenly a savage spear struck him full in the throat and stuck quivering there. Instantly his sinewy arm fell, the heavy sword dropped from his nerveless fingers, and he stumbled backward and fell to earth like a log. "Thou art safe, O Master!" a voice cried cheerily behind me, and turning I saw that the man who had thrown his spear and saved my life was Kona. Shouting an expression of thanks, I bent, and, unable to recover my lost rifle in the frightful mêlée, snatched up the dead Arab's sword that had so nearly caused my death, then fought on by my deliverer's side. His wounds were many, for blood was flowing from cuts and gashes innumerable in his bare black flesh, yet he appeared insensible to pain, striving forward, gasping as he dealt each blow, determined to conquer. The fight continued with unabated fury, the bloodshed was horrible. The open square before the yard of the Kasbah was transformed into a veritable slaughter yard, the stones becoming slippery with blood, and passage rendered difficult by the corpses that lay piled everywhere. At last, however, while engaged in another warm corner, the shrill, awe-inspiring war cry of the Dagombas again sounded above the tumult, and turning, I saw that by some means our men had opened the great gate, and that they were pouring into the spacious courtyards that I so well remembered. Our assault, though fiercely and savagely repelled, was at last successful. We were entering the stronghold of Samory, and had achieved a feat that the well-equipped expeditions of the French and English had failed to accomplish. The Arabs during the next quarter of an hour struggled bravely against their adversity and fought with a dogged courage of which I had not believed them capable. Soon, however, finding themselves conquered, they cried for quarter. Had they known the peculiar temperament of the Dagombas and the soldiers of Mo, they would never thus have implored mercy. But they cried out, and some even sank on their knees in the blood of their dead comrades, uttering piteous appeals. But the Arabs of Samory had never shown mercy to the Dagombas or the people of Mo, and consequently our army, in the first flush of their victory, filled with the awful lust for blood, treated their cries with jeers, and as they advanced into court after court within the great Kasbah walls, they fell upon all they met, armed or unarmed, men or women, and massacred them where they stood. The appeal shouted time after time by Kona to view our victory in temperate spirit and spare those who submitted, was disregarded by all in this wholesale savage butchery. The scene within the Arab chieftain's stronghold was, alas, far more horrible than any I had witnessed during the revolt in Mo. Guards, officials, and slaves of Samory's household were indiscriminately put to the sword, some of the men being hunted into corners and speared by the Dagombas, while others were forced upon their knees by the soldiers of Mo and mercilessly decapitated. The door of the great harem, long ago reputed to contain 1,000 inmates, including slaves, was burst open, and into those beautiful and luxuriant courts and chambers the whole of the women were butchered with a brutality quite as fiendish as any displayed by the Arabs themselves. The handsome favourites of Samory, in their filmy garments of gold tissue and girdles of precious stones, were dragged by their long tresses from their hiding places, and literally hacked to pieces, their magnificent and costly jewels being torn from them and regarded as legitimate loot. Women's death screams filled the great courts and corridors. Their life blood stained the pavements of polished jasper and bespattered the conquerors. The Dagombas, finding themselves inside this extensive abode of luxury, where beautiful fountains shot high into the morning sunlight, sweet-smelling flowers bloomed everywhere, and sensuous odours from perfuming pans hung heavily in the air, seemed suddenly transformed into a demoniac horde bent upon the most ruthless devastation. They remembered that times without number had the Sofas of Samory burnt their villages and towns and carried hundreds of their tribesmen away as slaves. They were now seeking revenge for past wrongs. As, nauseated by the sight of blood, I witnessed these awful atrocities, I reflected that the curse of Zomara, uttered solemnly by Omar when Samory had sold us to the slave dealers, had at last fallen upon the Arab chieftain. Omar had prophesied the downfall of Samory, and his utterance was now fulfilled. Screams, piercing and heartrending, sounded everywhere, mingled with the fierce war shouts of our savage allies, as time after time some unfortunate woman in gorgeous garb and ablaze with valuable gems was discovered, dragged unceremoniously from her hiding place to the great court wherein I stood, her many necklets ruthlessly torn from her white throat, and a keen sword drawn across it as a butcher would calmly dispatch a lamb. Then, when life had ebbed, her body would be cast into the great basin of the fountain, where hundreds of others had already been pitched. In other parts of the Kasbah a similar massacre was proceeding, none of those found therein being allowed to escape, while an active search was everywhere in progress for Samory himself. From where I stood I witnessed the breaking up of the Arab ruler's throne, and the tearing down of the great canopy of amaranth silk under which Samory had reclined when with Omar I had been brought before him. The crescent of solid gold that had surmounted it was handed to Kona, who broke it in half beneath his heel as sign of the completeness of his victory. Then, when the destruction of the seat of the brutal autocrat was complete, the debris with the torn silk and the long strips of crimson cloth, whereon good counsels from the Koran were embroidered in Kufic characters of gold, that had formed a kind of frieze to the chamber, were carried out into the court by 50 willing hands, heaped up, and there burnt. While watching the flames leaping up, consuming the wrecked remains of the royal seat of the powerful Arab ruler, a woman's scream, louder than the rest, caused me to look suddenly round at the latest victim of the Dagombas' thirst for vengeance, and I beheld in the clutches of half a dozen savages a young woman, dragged as the others had been by her fair unbound hair towards the spot where each had, in turn, been murdered. She was dressed in a rich, beautiful robe of bright yellow silk, embroidered with pale pink flowers, but her garments were bedraggled with water and blood, and her bleeding wrists and fingers showed with what heartless brutality her jewels had been torn from her by her pitiless captors. She struggled frantically to free herself, but without avail, and one of the savages, noticing a magnificent diamond bangle upon her ankle, bent and tried to force it off. Just at that moment, in endeavouring to twist herself free from their clutches, her fair face became turned towards me, and her deep blue, terrified eyes for an instant met mine. Next second I uttered a cry of recognition. Yes, there was no mistake about that flawless complexion, those handsome features, or those wondrous eyes, the mysterious depths of which had enthralled me, as they had done Omar. It was Liola. With a bound I sprang forward, tearing at the knot of savages and shouting to them to release her. At first they only grinned hideously, no doubt thinking that I desired her as a slave, and as they had decided that all should die without exception, in order that their conquest should be rendered the more complete, they were in no way disposed to obey my command. At last I succeeded in arresting their progress, when the man who had attempted to wrench from her ankle the diamond ornament shook his long keen knife threateningly at me, while the others yelled all kinds of imprecations. Not liking his fierce attitude, and knowing that in the heat of victory they were capable of turning upon friends who attempted to thwart them, I drew back, and as I did so he flung himself upon one knee and raised his knife over Liola's foot. Instantly I saw his intention. He meant to hack off her foot in order to secure the bangle, a horrible proceeding that had been carried out more than once before my eyes within the past hour. There was, I knew, but one way to save her. Therefore, without hesitating, I drew my revolver and fired at him point blank. The ball pierced his breast. With an agonized cry he clutched for a moment wildly at the air, then fell back dead. My action, as I fully expected it would, aroused the intense ire of his companions, and all released Liola, now insensible, and sprang at me, their ready knives flashing in the sunlight. I was compelled to fly, and had it not been for Kona, who, standing some distance off watching the reduction of Samory's throne to ashes, took in the situation at a glance, sped in their direction, and ordered his men to stop and tell them the cause, I should undoubtedly have lost my life. As their head man his word was law. Then glancing at the inanimate form of Liola, who, having fainted, had been left lying on the blood-stained pavement, he recognized her as Goliba's daughter, and in a dozen words told his men that she was the betrothed of the young Naba of Mo, and that I, his friend, had saved her. The savages, aghast at this statement, and recognizing how near they had been to murdering the beloved of the Naba Omar, rushed towards me penitent, urging that they might be forgiven, and declaring that their conduct under the circumstances was excusable. They had, they said, no idea that they would find in the harem of their enemy Samory the betrothed of Mo's ruler, and I also was compelled to admit myself quite as astounded as themselves. Therefore, in brief words, explanations and forgiveness were exchanged, and I rushed across, with the ready help of Kona and his men, endeavoured to restore her to consciousness. The dread of her horrible fate had caused her to faint, and it was a long time ere we could bring her back to the knowledge of her surroundings. Tenderly the Dagombas, who a few minutes before would have brutally murdered her, carried her into one of the small luxuriantly furnished chambers of the harem, and at my request left me alone with her. Kona, though fierce as a wild beast in war, was tender-hearted as a child where undefended women were concerned, and would have remained, but as commander of the forces now engaged in sacking the palace, many onerous duties devolved upon him. Therefore I was left alone with her. Her eyes closed, her fair hair disarranged, her clothing torn and blood-stained, she lay upon a soft divan, pale and motionless as one dead. I chafed her tiny hands, and released her rich robe at the throat to give her air, wondering by what strange chain of circumstances she had come to be an inmate of the private apartments of our enemy Samory. At last, however, her breast heaved and fell slowly once or twice, and presently she opened her beautiful eyes, gazing up at me with a puzzled, half frightened expression. "Liola," I exclaimed softly, in the language of Mo, "thou art with friends. Have no further fear. The soldiers of thy lover Omar have wreaked a vengeance complete and terrible upon thy captor Samory." "But the savages!" she gasped. "They will kill me as they massacred all the women." "No, no, they will not," I assured her, placing my arm tenderly beneath her handsome head. "The savages are our Dagomba allies, who, not knowing that thou wert a native of Mo, would have butchered thee like the rest." "And thou didst save me?" she cried. "Yes, I remember, thou didst shoot dead the brute who would have cut off my foot to secure my diamond anklet. I owe my life to thee." "Ah, but do not speak of that," I cried. "Calm thyself, and rest assured of thy safety, for thou shalt return with us to the land of thy fathers. Thou shalt, ere a moon has run its course, pillow thine head upon the shoulder of the man thou lovest, Omar, Naba of Mo." She blushed deeply at my words, and her small white hand, still smeared with blood, gripped my wrist. Her heart seemed too full for words, and in this manner she silently thanked me for rescuing her from the awful fate to which she had so nearly been hurried. Soon she recovered from the shock sufficiently to sit up and chat. Together we listened to the roar of the excited multitude outside, and from the lattice window could see columns of dense black smoke rising from the city, where the fighting men of Mo, in accordance with their instructions from Omar, having sacked the place, were now setting it on fire. In answer to my eager questions as to her adventures after her seizure by the soldiers of the Great White Queen, she said: "Yes, it is true they captured me, together with my girl slave Wyona, and hurried me towards the palace. Wyona fought and bit like a tigress, and one of the men becoming infuriated killed her. Just at that moment the attack was made upon us by the populace, and they, witnessing his action, tore him limb from limb. Then, in the fierce conflict that followed, I escaped from their clutches in the same manner as Omar and thyself. Knowing of the attack to be made upon the palace, I fled for safety in the opposite direction, and remained in hiding throughout the night in the house of one of my kinswomen away from the city gate. At last the report spread that the people had taken the palace by assault, the Naya had been deposed, and Omar enthroned Naba in her stead. Then, feeling that safety was assured, I ventured forth. But ere I had gone far I met a body of strange fighting men. They were Arabs, and proved to be men from this stronghold of our enemy Samory. After a strenuous attempt to cross the city they had been repulsed by the people, leaving many dead, and in their retreat towards the city gate they seized me and bore me away in triumph here." "How long hast thou been in Koussan?" "20 days ago we arrived, after fighting our way back and losing half our force in skirmishes with the hostile savages of the forest. I was brought here to Samory's harem as slave, attired in garments I now wear, loaded with jewels torn from the body of one of his favourites, who, incurring his displeasure, had been promptly strangled by the chief of the negro eunuchs, and placed in an apartment with 3 other slaves to do my bidding, there to await such time as it should please my Arab captor to inspect me. I was contemplating death," she added, dropping her deep blue eyes. "If your attack upon the Kasbah had not been delivered, I should most assuredly have killed myself to day ere the going down of the sun." "It was fortunate that I recognized thee, or thou wouldst have been hacked to pieces by the keen blades of our savage allies," I said. "Take me hence," she urged, panting. "I cannot bear to hear the shout of the victor and the despairing cry of the vanquished. It is horrible. Throughout the night we, in the women's quarters, have dreaded the fate awaiting us if the invaders, whom we thought were savages of the forest, should gain the mastery and enter the palace. From the high windows yonder we witnessed the fight, knowing that our lives depended upon the issue, and judge our dismay and despair when, soon after dawn, we saw the Arabs overwhelmed, and the Kasbah fall into the hands of their conquerors. Many of my wretched companions killed themselves with their poignards rather than fall into the hands of the blacks, while the majority hid themselves only to be afterwards discovered and butchered. Ah, it is all terrible, terrible!" "True," I answered. "Yet it is only revenge for the depredations and heartless atrocities committed by these people upon the dwellers in thy border lands. Even at this moment Samory hath a great expedition on the northern confines of Mo, making a vigorous attempt to invade thy country, so that he shall reign upon the Emerald Throne in the place of thy lover Omar." "An expedition to invade Mo!" she cried, surprised. "Has Samory done this? Is it his intention to cause Omar's overthrow?" "Most assuredly it is," I answered. "The reason of our presence here in such force was to assault Koussan in the absence of its picked troops, 20,000 of whom were we ascertained on their way northward, with the intention of forcing a passage through Arabanda and the Hombori mountains into Mo. Nero hath led our fighting men to repel their attack, and he is accompanied by Omar and thy father, while we are here, under Kona's leadership, to punish Samory for his intrepidity." Then she asked how Omar fared, and I explained how it had been believed that she had died, and that all were mourning for her. "My slave Wyona must have been mistaken for me," she answered, "and naturally, as I had given her one of my left off robes only the day before." "Omar believeth thee dead. Thy presence in Mo will indeed bring happiness to his eyes and gaiety to his heart," I exclaimed happily. "Doth he still mourn for me?" she inquired artlessly. I knew she wanted to ask me many questions regarding her lover, but her modesty forbade it. "Since the fatal night when thou wert lost, joy hath never caused a smile to cross his countenance. Sleeping and waking he thinketh only of thee, revering thy memory, reflecting upon the happy moments spent at thy side, as one fondly remembers a pleasant dream or adventures in some fair paradise, yet ever sad in the knowledge that those blissful days can never return. His is an empty honour, a kingship devoid of all pleasure, because thou art no longer his." Her lips trembled slightly, and I thought her brilliant eyes became brighter for a moment, because of an unshed tear. "I am still his," she said slowly with emphasis. "I am ready, nay, anxious, to return to him. Thou hast saved me from death and from dishonour. Truly thou art a worthy friend of Omar's, for by thy valiant deed alone thou restorest unto him the woman he loveth." I urged her to utter no word of thanks, and pointing to the sky, rendered every moment more dark by the increasing volumes of smoke ascending from the city, said: "See, our men are busy preparing for the destruction of this palace that through many centuries hath borne a centre of Mohammedan influence and oppression. Time doth not admit of thanks, for we both have much to do ere we start forth on our return to Mo, and—" My words were interrupted by a terrific explosion in such close proximity to us that it caused us to jump, and was followed by a deafening crash of falling masonry. From the lattice we saw the high handsome minaret of the palace topple and fall amid a dense smoke and shower of stones. Our men had undermined it and blown it up. Liola shuddered, glancing at me in alarm. "Fear not," I said. "Ere we leave, the city of Koussan must be devastated and burned. Samory hath never given quarter, or shown mercy to his weaker neighbours, and we will show none. Besides, he held thee captive as he hath already held thy lover Omar and myself. He sold us to slavers that we might be sacrificed in Kumassi, therefore the curse of thy crocodile god Zomara, placed upon him, hath at last fallen. The floodgates of vengeance now opened the hand of man cannot close." The great court of the harem, deserted by the troops, had become filled with volumes of dense smoke, showing that fire had broken out somewhere within the palace, and ever and anon explosions of a more or less violent character told us that the hands of the destroyers were actually at work. The sack of the Kasbah was indeed complete. The loot, of which there was an enormous quantity of considerable value, was being removed to a place of safety by a large body of men told off for the purpose. Although Samory was a fugitive, yet the treasures found within his private apartment were of no mean order, and ere noon had passed preparations were being made for its conveyance to Mo, the greater part of the city being already in flames. The fire roared and crackled, choking smoke clouds obscured the sun, and the heat wafted up was stifling. All opposition to us had long ago ceased, but whenever an Arab was found secreted or a fugitive, he was shot down without mercy. To linger longer in the harem might, I judged, be dangerous on account of the place having been fired, therefore we went together out into the court, and stepping over the mutilated bodies of its beautiful prisoners, entered the chamber where Samory had held his court. Empty, dismantled and wrecked, its appearance showed plainly how the mighty monarch had fallen. Even the great bejewelled manuscript of the Koran, the Arab book of everlasting will, that had reposed upon its golden stand at the end of the fine high roofed chamber, had been torn up, for its leaves lay scattered about the pavement, and after the jewels had been hastily dug from their settings, the covers of green velvet had been cast aside as worthless. Every seat or divan had been either broken or slashed by swords, every vessel or mirror smashed, every ornament damaged beyond repair. Thinking it best to leave her, a woman, in care of a guard of our armed men, while I went forward, I made the suggestion, but she would not hear of it. "No," she answered smiling. "I will remain ever at thy side, for beside thee I fare not. Thou art my rescuer, and my life is thine. But some of the sights we may witness are not such as a woman's eye should behold," I answered. "It mattereth not. That thou wilt allow me to accompany thee is all I ask." "Very well," I replied laughing. "Thou art welcome. Come." By my side she hurried through the chamber wherein had stood the throne, and thence through several handsome courts, wandering at last into another smaller chamber, at the side of which I noticed an alcove with a huge Arab bed surrounded by quaint lattices, so dark that my gaze could not penetrate to its recesses. As we passed, the movement of some object in the deep shadow beside the bed attracted my attention. Advancing quickly, I detected the figure of a man, and fearing a sudden dash by one of our lurking foes, I again drew my sword. Liola, seeing this, gave vent to a little scream of alarm, and placed her hand upon my arm in fear. But next second the fugitive, anticipating my intention to attack him, sprang suddenly forward into the light. The bearded face, the fierce, flashing eyes, the thick lips and bushy brows were all familiar to me. Although he wore the white cotton garb of the meanest slave, I recognized him in an instant. It was the great Arab chieftain Samory. End of chapter 33. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 34 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 34. Liola's Discovery. With a sudden bound I left Liola's side, and sprang upon the leader of our enemies, clutching him fiercely by the throat and shouting for assistance. No one was, however, near, and for a few moments we struggled desperately. He was unarmed, and I, having unfortunately dropped my sword in the encounter, our conflict resolved itself into a fierce wrestle for the possession of the weapon which must give victory to the one into whose hands it fell. Once Samory, wiry and muscular like all Arabs, notwithstanding his age, stooped swiftly in an endeavour to snatch up the blade, but seeing his intention my fingers tightened their grip upon his throat, and he was compelled to spring up again without obtaining possession of the weapon. For several minutes our struggle was desperate, for he had managed to pinion my arms, and I knew that ere long I must be powerless, his strength being far superior to my own. Liola screamed for help, but no one seemed within call, when suddenly the thought seemed to suggest itself to her to snatch up my weapon and hold it. I turned to take it from her, but by this action my grip upon my Arab foe became released, and with a desperate spring he forced himself from my grasp, bounding away, leaving a portion of his white jibbeh in my hand. But, determined that he should not escape, I dashed after him headlong across the chamber and out by the opposite door. In the court beyond a knot of our soldiers were standing discussing the events of the day, and I shouted to them, but the sight of me chasing a single fugitive slave did not appeal to them, and they disregarded my order to arrest his progress. Nevertheless I kept on, feeling assured that sooner or later I must run him to earth, but never thinking of the intricacies with which all such places abound, intricacies which must be well known to the Mohammedan ruler. Suddenly, after endeavouring to elude me by ingenious devices innumerable, and always finding himself frustrated, he entered the chamber leading from the court of the eunuchs, and had gained on me sufficiently to disappear ere I reached the entrance. I rushed through after him, believing that he had crossed the deserted court beyond, but was surprised to find that I had utterly lost him. I halted to listen, but could hear no footsteps, and after a careful examination of all the outlets, presently returned in chagrin to the chamber into which he had suddenly dashed before escaping. Standing in its centre, I looked wonderingly around. Then, for the first time, I discovered that our soldiers, obeying their instructions, had been pouring inflammable liquids everywhere throughout the Kasbah, and a great burst of blood red flame in the outer court told me that the place had been ignited. At that moment Liola, with white, scared face, believing that she had lost me, entered the chamber, but I recognized our imminent peril, surrounded as we were by a belt of fire. "Fly!" I cried frantically. "Fly, quick, back across yonder court to save thy life. In a few moments I will join thee. I must examine this chamber ere I depart." "I will not go without thee," she answered with calm decision. "Why riskest thou thy life?" I cried in excitement. "Fly, or in a moment it may be too late. We may both be overwhelmed or suffocated." But she stirred not. She stood by me in silence, gazing in fear at the red roaring flames that, raging outside, now cut off our retreat by either door. The cause of my hesitation to rush away at first sight of the flames was the suspicion that somewhere in that chamber was a secret exit. The sudden manner in which the Arab chieftain had eluded me could only have been accomplished by such means. The chamber, well furnished and supported by three great twisted columns of milk white marble, had its floor covered with costly rugs, and its walls hung with dark red hangings bearing strange devices and inscriptions in long, thin Arabic characters. Few rooms in the Kasbah were decorated in this manner, and it had instantly occurred to me that concealed somewhere was one of those secret ways which, whether in the Oriental palace or the medieval European castle, are so suggestive of treachery and intrigue. Although one horseshoe arch of the place led into the court of the eunuchs, the other, I noticed, was in direct communication with Samory's private apartments. With consummate skill he had led me here by such a circuitous route that I had not at first noticed that it joined a kind of ante room to his pavilion. But the roaring flames at every moment leaped nearer, crackling furiously and fanning us with their scorching breath, allowed me no time for further reflection. Escape was now entirely cut off. Only by discovering the secret exit could we save ourselves. In breathless haste I rushed around the walls, tapping them with my sword, but such action proved useless, as I could hear nothing above the roaring and crackling on either side. With my hands I tried to discover where the door was concealed, rushing from side to side in frantic despair, but the exit, wherever it existed, was too cunningly hidden. So dense had the smoke become that we could not see across the chamber. Tongues of fire had ignited the heavy silken hangings, and the whole interior was alight from end to end. "We are lost, lost!" shrieked Liola in despair. "We have fallen victims to our own terrible vengeance upon our enemies." Within myself I was compelled to admit this, for it seemed as though Samory had led us into a veritable death trap that the soldiers of Mo had themselves prepared. Suddenly, as a last chance, I remembered I had not examined the three great marble columns, each of such circumference that a man could not embrace them in his arms. I dashed forward, and in the blinding smoke that caused my eyes to water and held my chest contracted, I tried to investigate whether they were what they appeared to be, solid and substantial supports. The first was undoubtedly fashioned out of a single block of stone, the lower portion polished by the thousands of people who during many centuries had brushed past it. The second was exactly similar, and the third also. But the latter seemed more chipped and worn than the others, and just as I was about to abandon all hope, I made a sudden discovery that thrilled me with joy. As I grasped it, a portion of it fell back, disclosing that the column was hollow. The hole was just sufficient to admit the passage of one's body, and without an instant's hesitation I drew Liola forward and urged her to get inside. The flames were now lapping about us, and another moment's delay would mean certain death. Therefore she dashed in, and as she did so sank quickly out of sight, while the portion of the marble column closed again with a snap. The rapidity with which she disappeared astounded me, the more so when, after the lapse of about a minute, the platform whereon she had stepped rose again, and with a click returned to its place. Only then was I enabled to reopen the cavity. Apparently it worked automatically, and being balanced in some way, as soon as Liola had stepped off it, had risen again. Instantly I stepped upon it, and with hands close to my sides, sank so swiftly into the darkness that the wind whistled through my garments and roared in my ears. The descent was, I judged, about 200 feet, but in the pitch darkness I could not discern the character of the shaft. Of a sudden with a jerk it stopped, and finding myself in a strange dimly lit chamber bricked like a vault, with Liola standing awaiting me, I stepped off, and as I did so the platform shot up again into its place. "We have, at all events, escaped being burned alive," my fair companion exclaimed when she recovered breath. "But this place is weird and dismal enough." "True," I answered. "There must, however, be some exit, or Samory would not have entered it. We must explore and discover it." Glancing around the mysterious vault I saw burning in a niche, with a supply of oil sufficient to last several weeks, a single lamp that had apparently always been kept alight. Taking it up, I led the way through the long narrow chamber. The walls, blackened by damp, were covered with great grey fungi, while lizards and other reptiles scuttled from our path into the darkness. At the further end the vault narrowed into a passage so low that we were compelled to stoop when entering it. In this burrow, the ramifications of which were extraordinary, Liola's filmy garments came to sad grief, for catching upon the projecting portions of the rock, they were rent from time to time, while the loss of one of her little green slippers necessitated some delay in recovering it. Yet groping along the narrow uneven way in search of some exit, we at length came into a larger chamber, bricked like the others, and as we entered it were startled by a sudden unearthly roar. We both drew back, and Liola in fear clutched my arm. "Listen!" she gasped. "What was that?" Again the noise was repeated, causing the low roofed chamber to echo, and as I peered forward into the darkness, my gaze was transfixed by a pair of gleaming, fiery eyes straight before us. Similar noises I had heard in the forest on many occasions, and the startling truth at once flashed across my mind. Confronting us was a lion. I stood in hesitation, not knowing how to act, while Liola clung to me, herself detecting the gleaming eyes and being fully aware of our peril. Yet scarcely a moment passed ere there was a loud rushing sound in the darkness, and the animal, with a low growl, flew through the air in our direction. We had no time to elude him, but fortunately he seemed to have misjudged his distance, for he alighted about half a dozen paces short of us. So close was his head that the two gleaming orbs seemed to be riveted to us. We felt his breath, and, unable to draw back, we feared that each second must be our last. Next moment I heard a clanking of chains, a sound that gave me instant courage. "Hark!" I cried joyously. "At present we are safe, for the brute is chained." Such we ascertained a few minutes later was actually the case, and as I stood there, lamp in hand, my foot struck something. Glancing down I saw it was a human thigh bone. The animal had already tasted the blood of man, and, straining at his chain, was furious to spring upon us. I then became puzzled to know the reason why this fierce king of the forest should be kept in captivity at this depth, if not to guard some entrance or exit. For a few moments I reflected, and at length arrived at the conclusion that during our progress we had slowly ascended towards the earth's surface, and that through the lion's den was the exit of that subterranean way. Again we had neither seen nor heard sign of the fugitive chieftain. By some means or other he must have succeeded in passing the ferocious brute, and if he had accomplished it, we surely could also. With my words half drowned by the continuous roar of the fiery eyed guardian of the secret burrow, I explained briefly to Liola the result of my reflections, and then set about to ascertain the length of the chain holding the animal. After several experiments, allowing it to spring forward at me half a dozen times, and narrowly escaping its ponderous paws more than once, I ascertained that the chain was just short enough to allow a person to cross the chamber flattened against the opposite wall. Holding the lamp still in my hand, and urging Liola to brace her nerves and watch me closely, I essayed the attempt, creeping cautiously with my back against the roughly hewn side of the underground lair, and drawing my garments about me to prevent them being hooked by the cruel claws that followed me within a yard during the whole distance. Before my eyes the big shaggy head wagged continuously, the great jaws with their terrible teeth opened, emitting terrific roars of rage, and closed again with a dull, ominous click, while the chain was strained until I feared it might be rent asunder. Through several minutes mine was a most horrible experience, for I knew not whether the wall was even. If not, I must have fallen beneath the ferocious claws. However, I managed to successfully cross the brute's den, and shouting to Liola that the passage was perfectly safe, providing she kept her garments closely about her, and did not remove her back from the wall, held up the light to her. With reassuring words she commenced to follow my example, and when the brute saw me in safety and noticed her approach, he left me and sprang towards her. But again he fell short, almost strangled by the pressure upon the iron collar that held him. With an awful roar, his jaws snapping in rage and his paws constantly clutching at her, he followed her closely, just as he had followed me. I feared that she might suddenly faint from the terrible strain upon her nerves, but having witnessed my safe passage, she preserved a calmness that was amazing. Twice as the animal, after crouching, leapt suddenly forward, I feared the chain must give way. But beyond a low frightened scream escaping her, she preserved a cool demeanour, and a few moments later I was gratified to find her standing panting but unharmed at my side. "There is an exit somewhere near," I exclaimed a moment later, while she rearranged her torn, blood stained garments and smoothed her hair with her hands. "Come, let us search." On proceeding we soon found ourselves in a small passage, drier than the former, and descending rather steeply for some distance, suddenly entered another spacious chamber hewn from the solid rock. Immediately we were inside, some peculiarity of its walls attracted my gaze, and I noticed in addition that we were in a cul de sac. There was, after all, no exit. The rocky walls, however, riveted the attention of both of us, for let into them at frequent intervals were large square plates of iron. These I examined carefully, quickly arriving at the conclusion that they had been placed there to close up hewn cavities. With this opinion Liola, assisting me in my investigations, fully agreed. Each plate, looking curiously like the door of an oven, had apparently been fitted deeply into grooves sunk in the hard rock, for although I tried one after the other, seeking to remove them, they would not budge. By tapping upon them I ascertained that they were of great thickness, and I judged that each must weigh several hundredweight. They were not doors, for they had no hinges, yet beneath each one was a small semicircular hole in the iron, into which I could just thrust my little finger. These were certainly not keyholes, but rather, it seemed, intended to admit air. In the course of our eager investigations we suddenly came upon a great pile of strongly bound loads, each wrapped in untanned cowhide and bound tightly with wire. From their battered appearance they had evidently rested upon the heads of carriers throughout a long march. "I wonder what they contain," Liola exclaimed, as we both looked down upon them. "Let us see," I said. Handing her the lamp, I knelt upon one of the packages, and after considerable trouble succeeded in unbinding the wire. Then, as I tore away its thick covering, we both uttered cries of amazement. The sight that met our gaze was bewildering. From the package there rolled out into the dust a profusion of magnificent, glittering jewels. "Ah, what diamonds!" Liola cried, with admiration for the iridescent stones that was particularly feminine. Then, picking up a splendid bracelet and slipping it upon her wrist, she added: "Look, isn't this marvellous? The gems are larger than I have ever before seen." "Beautiful!" I cried gleefully, for by sheer good fortune we had discovered Samory's hidden treasure, and I reflected that our conquest would be rendered absolutely complete by its removal in triumph to Mo. After a cursory examination of the first pack we together undid them one after the other, eagerly investigating their glistening contents, and finding them to consist of a collection of the most wonderful and valuable precious stones it was possible to conceive. There were a few heavy gold ornaments of antique pattern, but in most of them jewels were set, and those only of the most antique and magnificent character. Every known gem was there, represented by specimens larger and of far purer water than my eyes had ever before beheld. Upon her knees Liola, with a cry of pleasure, plunged both hands into the glittering heap of jewels, drawing out one after another and holding them up to the glimmering light, her bright eyes full of admiration. The examination of nearly 40 great packages took us a long time, but so fascinating proved our task that we were heedless of how the hours sped in our determination to ascertain the true extent of our discovery. While still upon her knees I had opened almost the last package and spread it before her, when, with a sudden ejaculation, she withdrew a magnificent necklet of emeralds of huge size, in quaint ancient settings, and with a gay laugh held it up to me for a moment, then clasped it about her own white neck. In the centre hung a pendant consisting of a single emerald of enormous size and brilliant lustre, and as I regarded it in the half light its shape struck me as distinctly curious. I snatched up the lamp and bending, examined the quaintly cut gem more minutely. Then, next instant, I cried excitedly: "See! The shape of the pendant proves the origin of the necklet!" With a quick movement she tore it off and looked. Then in amazement she gasped: "It is a representation of Zomara, our god!" We both scrutinised it closely. Yes, there was no mistake. The emerald had been fashioned into the form of a perfect crocodile, with open jaws, even the teeth being finely chiselled, a veritable marvel of the lapidary's art. While we were both looking at it puzzled, Liola's eyes suddenly became attracted by sight of something in the package I had just opened, and stooping swiftly, picked out of a mass of ornaments a magnificent diadem of some strange milk coloured, opaque crystals of a character entirely strange to me. The stones were beautifully cut and polished, and although they glittered, even in the sickly rays of our lamp, they had no transparency. "Behold!" she cried in a voice full of awe, her clear eyes wide open in astonishment. "See what we have discovered!" I gazed at it, failing at first to notice what I afterwards recognized. "It is a crown," I said, laughing. "A crown fit to grace thy brow." "It is the great rock diadem of the Sanoms of Mo," she answered. "See, it is surmounted by the vampire, our national emblem." Then I saw that upon the crest of the diadem was a single great diamond wonderfully chiselled to represent a bat with outspread wings, the device upon the banners of the mystic realm. "This," she continued, "is without doubt the historic crown of the first Naya. Though it hath never been seen for ages by the eyes of man, it was always popularly supposed to be preserved in the secret treasure house of the Sanoms among the royal jewels. Many are the beliefs and superstitions regarding it. The stones are said to be the first pieces of rock chipped during the foundation of our city in the clouds, which, as thou art aware, was her work 1,000 years ago. Among the possessions of our royal house no relic hath been more venerated than this rock diadem of the Naya. How it came hither I know not. It is assuredly a mystery." "No," I answered, endeavouring to subdue my excitement. "We have now elucidated the mystery. The Treasure house of Mo hath been entered by thieves, and the most valuable of the royal treasures stolen. The matter hath been kept secret from the people, but by our discovery the identity of the robbers is established beyond doubt, and we have thus recovered the wealth of a nation that was believed to be irretrievably lost." "But is all of this Omar's lost treasure?" she inquired, astounded at my statement, glancing at the huge heap of gold and jewels nearly as high as ourselves, and of such great value as to be utterly beyond computation. "Without doubt," I answered, stooping and picking up several jewelled trinkets, girdles, and other ornaments, each bearing the sacred reptile or the vampire crest of royalty. "The recovery of these will at least repay thy nation for the expedition sent against their enemy. Retain possession of the rock diadem of Mo, for thou hast discovered it, and with thine own hand shalt thou deliver it into the possession of the ruler who loveth thee." Then, carefully wrapping the ancient badge of regal dignity in a piece of hide, and binding it securely with wire as the carrier's loads had been, I gave it back to her. In half an hour we had completed our examination of the wondrous accumulation of treasure, finding among it many quaint and extraordinary ornaments, some, no doubt, dating from the earlier days of the foundation of the mysterious isolated kingdom, and others manufactured during recent centuries. The gems were unique in size and character. Truly the thieves in the employ of the Arab chief had taken care to secure the most valuable portion of the royal jewels, and leave behind only those of least worth. With the secret of their concealment in our possession, we were both full of eagerness to get back to the light of day and take steps for their removal. Yet I confess that the mystery of what was contained behind those strange plates of iron puzzled me. Leaving Liola to continue her inspection of our discovered treasures, I crossed to the wall and examined one of the plates again, trying with both hands to force it out, but being compelled to relinquish the attempt as hopeless. I was about to give up all idea of discovering how they might be opened, when Liola suddenly uttered an exclamation, and in turning to glance at her, the flame of the lamp I held came into contact with the wall close to the plate that had defied my exertions to remove it. In an instant a bright flash ran around the chamber, lighting it up as bright as day. A puff of grey smoke was belched in our faces, and a report like thunder deafened us. An explosion had occurred, great pieces of rock and other debris being flung in all directions. Its terrific force hurled me heavily against the wall, while Liola was flung face downward upon the pile of jewels. Fortunately neither of us sustained any injury beyond a few bruises, but when I had assisted her to rise and gazed around, I was amazed to discover that a strange thing had occurred. The whole of the iron plates had been torn from their sockets, and a dark cavity behind each disclosed. The small sealed cells had been wrenched open simultaneously, as if by a miracle. But upon careful examination there was, I found, nothing miraculous in the manner in which they had thus been forced. The suffocating smoke that filled the place was of itself sufficient evidence of the agent to which the explosion had been due, and when I looked at the first cavity I saw that right around the chamber, from plate to plate, there had been laid a train of gunpowder, communicating with the charge of powder placed behind each of the semicircular holes that had so puzzled me. Apparently it had been deemed by Samory wiser to seal the cells entirely rather than secure them by locks, and the train of powder had been placed in position in the event of any reverse of fortune requiring him to secure his treasure quickly before flight. A single spark, as I had accidentally proved, was sufficient to open every cell simultaneously. Fortunately our lamp was not blown out by the concussion, therefore as soon as the smoke cleared we together made another tour of inspection around the cavities, finding each of them crammed to overflowing with treasure of every description. 5 of the cells, apparently freshly sealed, contained a portion of the stolen jewels of Mo, but all the remainder were evidently the spoils of war, much of it of enormous value. It amused me, too, to discover in one of the cavities, among a great collection of costly bejewelled ornaments, such European articles as a pair of common scissors in a pasteboard case, several penknives of the commonest quality, an india rubber squeaking doll, a child's toy train in tin, and a mechanical mouse. All were, no doubt, considered as treasures by the Arab potentate, yet I reflected that nearly every article in the whole of that miscellaneous collection had been acquired by the most ruthless and merciless bloodshed. When at last we became convinced of the necessity for finding some exit, we left the chamber by the way we had entered. The discovery of the wonderful treasure of the Sanoms made it plain to me that there must be an exit somewhere, for the packs were far too ponderous to have been lowered from the Kasbah by the way we had entered. On reflection I saw that the lion was evidently kept there to guard the entrance to the store of treasure, therefore it was not surprising that there was no outlet in that direction. No, we should be compelled to repass the brute. This fact I explained to Liola, but it in no way disconcerted her, for she crept past the snapping jaws of the furious beast calmly, holding the treasured rock diadem close beside her. Presently, on making a diligent search, we discovered a long dark tunnel running at right angles to the path we had traversed, and following this ascended to where a faint but welcome glimmer of light showed. Soon we were in a small natural cavern, and a few moments later struggled upward to the light of day, amazed to find ourselves on the bank of a beautiful river. At our feet the clear, cool water ran by, placid and peaceful, but away across the grass plain about half a mile distant was the once powerful city of Koussan, enveloped in black smoke that ascended to the clear blue heavens, mingled with great flames, the fierce roar of which reached our ears where we stood. The vengeance of Mo had indeed overtaken her Arab enemy and completely crushed him. End of chapter 34. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com. Chapter 35 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 35 Into the Mist. Our troops had, we found, withdrawn from the burning city, and were encamped about a mile away, taking a well-earned rest, and watching with satisfaction the destruction of the once powerful capital of the Pirate of the Niger. The presence of Liola, together with the announcement of the discovery of the treasure of the Sanoms that we made to Kona secretly, caused him the wildest delight. His barbaric instinct overcame him, and seizing his spear he executed a kind of war dance around us, bestowing upon us the most adulatory phrases of the Dagomba vocabulary. Afterwards he addressed the assembled soldiers, omitting at my desire all mention of the jewels of Mo, and 3 days later, having secured all the gems and golden ornaments, together with Samory's hidden wealth, we set forth on our triumphant return to the mysterious far off land. Rapidly and pleasantly we accomplished the long journey, recrossing the treacherous Way of the Thousand Steps without a single mishap, and ascended to the lofty plateau of Omar's kingdom, until, high up in the grey morning mist, we saw looming before us with almost spectral indistinctness the gigantic battlements and domes of the city in the clouds. On ascending the roped steps at the gate of Mo a few days previously, we had ascertained that the expedition to the Hombori Mountains had been entirely successful, for the enemy had been met in the pass by the defenders and mercilessly overwhelmed and slaughtered. Against the light-weight Maxim guns, weighing only about 25 pounds each, and firing 600 to 700 shots per minute with an effective range of 2 miles, the old-fashioned rifles and field pieces of the force under the traitor Kouaga had been powerless, hence the whole expedition had been utterly routed, followed up after their flight and massacred almost to a man, Kouaga himself being shot dead by Niaro while strenuously endeavouring to rally his men for a final onslaught. Omar, at the head of his victorious army, had re-entered the city only the day before our arrival, therefore on our return we found ourselves in the midst of feasting and merrymaking of a most enthusiastic character. Little wonder was it that when the news of the complete victory we had secured spread through the city, the joy of the people knew no bounds, for especially welcome was the information that, in addition to utterly destroying Samory's city, we had secured the whole of his treasure. Kona, Liola and myself held back the fact that we had also recovered the stolen jewels, and we also took elaborate precautions that the knowledge of Liola's safety should not be conveyed prematurely to Omar. During the formal welcome that the young Naba, resplendent in his magnificent bejewelled robes of state and surrounded by his sages and officers, accorded us at the great palace gate, now fully restored, Liola held back, hiding herself. Not until evening, when I was sitting with Omar in his luxurious private pavilion, after eating a sumptuous meal served on the royal dishes of chased gold, I told him confidentially of the recovery of the lost jewels. "Impossible, Scars!" he cried in English, starting suddenly to his feet. "Where did you find them? How?" Brief words were required to explain how I had discovered them hidden in Samory's secret cavern beyond the lion's lair. "I understood that only the wealth of the old Arab's Kasbah was hidden there," he exclaimed quickly. "This news is indeed as astounding as it is welcome. Your subjects are unaware that your treasure has ever been removed from Mo, therefore I have not enlightened them," I answered. "Come with me and see if you recognize any of the jewels." Eagerly he followed me into a small adjoining apartment where the loot had been deposited, and as we opened pack after pack he uttered ejaculations of surprise and complete gratification, recognizing in the recovered gems the wonderful incomparable heirlooms of his royal house. He turned to thank me when we had finished, and as he did so I placed my hand firmly on his arm, saying in a serious voice: "In addition to these, Omar, I have also recovered a jewel of even far greater worth than all this magnificent collection, one that will shine as the brightest and most beautiful gem in the diadem of Mo." A genuine look of bewilderment crossed his pale, refined features for an instant as he answered: I really don't understand, Scars. No jewel could be of greater intrinsic value than the treasure of the Sanoms. What is it?" For answer, Liola, a veritable vision of classic beauty, in her loose white robe, gold embroidered at the hem, and broad girdle of fiery rubies, stepped from behind the heavy curtain of blue silk where she had been concealed, and stood before him. Rigid in speechless amazement he stood for a moment. Then, recognizing that his lost love was actually present, alive and well, he bounded towards her, and with a loud cry of joy embraced her, brushing back her soft hair and covering her white open brow with passionate kisses. It was indeed a joyous reunion, but as I turned intending to withdraw discreetly and leave them alone together to continue their exchange of confidences, my friend promptly called me back, saying: "Stay, Scars, old fellow. Let me hear from your own lips the solution of this mystery of the return of the dead to life. Truly you have recovered a jewel worth to me 100 times all the treasures of Mo." Crossing again towards him, I described briefly the revolting circumstances in which I had discovered her, a harem slave of our Arab enemy; how we had both narrowly escaped being burned to death, our subsequent adventures in the damp subterranean burrow, and the finding of the secreted treasure. "Liola herself also made one discovery," I said in conclusion, laughing and turning towards her. Gently disengaging herself from her lover's fond arms, she went behind the curtain where she had hidden, and on coming forth again held in her slim white hands a round package still securely wrapped in untanned hide, which she handed to Omar. "The rock diadem of the Naya!" he cried in joy, when his trembling eager hands had opened it. "The most valued of all our possessions." Then, turning towards Liola, he tenderly placed upon her head the historic mark of royalty, saying in his own tongue: "Now that the days of our sorrow have passed, like the shadow of a cloud upon a sunlit sea, we will be wed as soon as it is meet for us so to do, and upon thy brow thou shalt rest the diadem of the first Naya, the upright queen to whom Mo oweth her magnificence, her power, and her present prosperity. Thou shalt sit beside me upon the emerald throne. Thou shalt be known as the Naya Liola." Again he embraced her with ineffable tenderness, and with her handsome head pillowed heavily upon his shoulder, her breast heaved, and from her deep blue fathomless eyes there fell tears of joy. At last, having received the warmest thanks from my old companion through many misfortunes, and from the woman he loved, I turned and sought the sage Goliba, to whom I told the good news of his daughter's safety and betrothal to Omar. 3 days later the marriage took place amid the most gorgeous pomp and the wildest popular rejoicings, the strange ceremony being performed by the high priest of the Temple of Zomara beneath the golden figure of the crocodile god that hung suspended above the emerald throne. Feast and merrymaking continued throughout a whole moon, and the mystic city, decorated with flags and flowers, was agog by day and brilliantly illuminated by night. Never in the long history of the ancient kingdom had such costly banquets been served. Never had the royal entertainments been on such lavish scale. Never had the sounds of revelry contained such a true genuine ring, for never before had the people been so happy and content. Though on the day of the marriage Liola was solemnly crowned with the wonderful rock diadem of Mo, I, as keeper of the royal treasure, allowed no word to go forth regarding the theft and recovery of the Sanam jewels, which had already been deposited in their original hiding place beneath the lake. Samory's treasure was, however, given to Liola by Omar, and she ordered half of it to be distributed to the poor, an act of generosity that won for her intense popularity. Her action was, she told me in confidence, a thank offering to Zomara for her timely rescue from a terrible fate. Conclusion. Samory, the truculent old Arab, escaped. By some means he eluded us in the dark intricacies of that subterranean way, and groping along in a similar manner to ourselves, he evidently fled to the forest, for he has since collected the scattered remnant of his nomadic bands, and although he has never since troubled us, yet he now and then commits depredations on the borders of the English and French spheres of influence. Ere long he will overstep the bounds, and one power or another will certainly send a punitive expedition to crush and humiliate him, as they have crushed the arrogant Prempeh of Ashanti. During many months the means by which the theft of the treasure of the Sanoms had been effected remained an inscrutable mystery, and it was only on the day previous to my departure from the mysterious land for England, or rather more than 6 months ago, that the problem was solved, and in a manner entirely unexpected. In preparation for the annual feast in honour of the Crocodile god, I had occasion to go secretly and alone to the submerged treasure house, in order to obtain certain jewels which tradition decreed should be worn on that day by the reigning sovereign. I had emptied the lake, unsealed the cover of the well like aperture, locked the mechanism fatal to intruders, descended and obtained what I sought, when on ascending I was dismayed to find water pouring in upon me in increasing volumes. Upwards I climbed, struggling desperately against the inrushing flood thundering down upon me, and was aghast to find, when I gained the surface, that the sluice gates that held back the waters feeding the lake had been opened, and that it was rapidly refilling. Instantly it occurred to me to replace the cover, and in breathless haste I succeeded in screwing it down and dashing for my life back to the bank, the water being up to my armpits ere I reached it. When next second I glanced upward to the mound where the mechanism was concealed, I saw standing thereon the wild looking figure of a woman, with her soiled, tattered garments fluttering in the wind. Her long scraggy arms were raised high above her head, and she was crying aloud to me. Without a moment's hesitation I dashed forward up the hill to secure the person who had apparently discovered the secret of the treasure house, but on approaching her closely I suddenly halted in astonishment. The wretched, fiendish looking virago, upon whose face were the most hideous distortions of insanity I had ever witnessed, was none other than the once powerful tyrannical autocrat, the Great White Queen. Across her narrow, withered brow, brown almost as a toad's back, a single wisp of thin greyed hair strayed. In her eyes was the unmistakable light of madness, while the nails of her outstretched fingers were as sharp and long as the talons of some beast of prey. So weird and repulsive looking was she that I stood before her dumbfounded. "Ah!" she shrieked to me exultantly in a harsh, rasping voice. "I have killed them, drowned them all, the accursed spies and renegades. The traitor Kouaga captured me as I fled for life from the city gate, and promising me release and safe escort from this land of evil spirits in return for the secret of the treasure house, I recklessly gave it to him, on condition that his armed men should assist me to recover my lost position as Queen of Mo. I promised to forget the past and take him back into my favour, but, securing my jewels, he conveyed them to his Arab master at Koussan, and left me alone, deposed and ruined. May Zomara crush and torture him, the traitor!" Then, turning with wild gesture towards the lake, now a great sheet of placid water, her hands clutched convulsively, her eyes starting as if she saw, in her disordered imagination, a host of her enemies, she cried: "This, at last, is the hour of my revenge. I have drawn the lever, and while they were below with you they were doomed like rats in a hole." And she gave vent to a short, dry laugh, exclaiming: "They refused to assist me to tear the usurper from the Emerald Throne, so I have killed them. My work is finished. I have reigned and have been deposed. I have striven for the people and have been rewarded by their curses. I have." At this moment, determined to carry her back to the city, I sprang forward and gripped her lean, bony arms. With colossal strength engendered by insanity, she fought and bit, shrieking and showering imprecations upon me, it requiring all my strength to hold her. But presently she became quiet again, uttering long strings of rapid, incoherent words that plainly showed the hopeless state of her mind. Thus walking, we gained the edge of the lake, and having passed the cascades were skirting the river when, with a suddenness that took me completely by surprise, she slipped from my grasp, and with a wild exclamation dashed towards the warm, oozy bank. Next second I noticed that the waters were alive with the sacred reptiles, but ere I could reach her she threw up her long thin arms, and uttering an unearthly yell, plunged in. A dozen hideous, hungry jaws snapped viciously as she cast herself amongst them, and an instant later, where, with a shriek of horror, she disappeared for ever beneath the waters, the swiftly flowing current was tinged red by long streaks of human blood. In an excess of religious fervour she had sacrificed herself to her god Zomara. This is no epilogue. Little there remains to tell. Under the beneficent rule of Omar and Liola, power, prosperity, and contentment have now returned to that mysterious ancient realm within which I had been the first stranger to set foot. As principal official of the ruler of the land that, although familiar to me, is still a mystery to the Royal Geographical Society, I left for England a few months ago on a mission to the greatest White Queen, Victoria, offering her assistance in her effort to crush the cruel sway of our mutual enemies the Ashantis. Our offer was cordially accepted, and the successful issue of the campaign which caused the downfall of Prempeh is now well known. Before returning to resume my duties as Governor of Mo, the far off spectral city in the clouds, into which no stranger may enter, I have, however, written down at the instigation of the publishers whose name this volume bears upon its title page, this plain tale of travel, treason, and treasure as a record of the first successful journey to the high up, inaccessible land of the Naya, the once dreaded Great White Queen. This is the end of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com.